Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear chess friends. We are back to it. So it's Women's FIDE Grand Prix series and fourth leg in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Well, we are about to see a start of today's round. It's round number 5. And, well, have to remind you, yesterday we had a free day. So I believe they rested well and, well, perhaps gave away a bit of attention which started to build up during those 4 first rounds. So, well, I hope we're going to see some interesting games today. And, well, as you saw, it's a bit more than 1 minute before the start. So perhaps we can take a look on a cross table and what's going on here, and as well on the pairing of today's round. So far we are showing the players. So you can see the countdown at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, so, well, let's proceed to the cross table. So, just about to appeal at your screen. Well, the world champion Hou Yifan is in the lead. So you can see 3.5 points for her. She started on a perfect score with 3 out of 3, then gave away a half a point to Kateryna Lagno, sharp game around 4. Then the closest pursuer is Anna Muzichuk with 3 points, and Zhao Xue of China with 2.5. So basically those 3 players are on a positive score in plus, and the rest of the field is on 50% or less. So quite I'd say quite even tournament it seems to be. So far, only Batchimeg Tuvshintugs didn't win a single game. So, well, the round is just started. And, well, few words about the pairings of today. So, Hou Yifan is playing Muminova. So, well, with white pieces, of course, going to look for a win to extend or at least to keep her lead. Muzichuk is white against Antoaneta Stefanova, and Muzichuk against Antoaneta Stefanova. So Muzichuk, once again, with white, going to try to catch Hou Yifan. Well, Batchimeg is playing Dzagnidze. Then we have Kosintseva with Lagno. Olga Girya versus Anna Ushenina. And the game we are going to start with, the game we're going to start to look on the board is going to be Zhao Xue versus Alexandra Kosteniuk. So meanwhile, we are shown our photographer, Anastasia Karlovich, also well known in the chess world. So, few starting minutes and we're going to proceed to see some chess. So here we are. Zhao Xue, who is white, against Alexandra Kosteniuk. So just in some seconds I'm going to bring the board here. Well, once again I'd like to say that this it depends pretty much if this free day went well for the players. Basically, of course, it's always nice to have a free day, but sometimes you just may lose your mood a little bit. Somehow during the tournament, players used to turn into a combat mood, I'd say. And this free day, if you spend too much energy in this free day, or just spending it too much with a lot of excitement, then somehow you might just a strange impression, I have to say, on Zhao Xue's face. And as well, the position, this b6 move is rather surprising as well. Well, nothing wrong, of course, with this one, but somehow I wouldn't call it usual to play b6 here. So what happened in this game? Knight f3. So Zhao used to play, of course, closed openings. We all know. So normally she's starting with d4, but this time it's ready. So c4, e6. And then b3, b6 and g3. So, g3 has been just played. So white is going for double fianchetto. And this setup also has been used by Vladimir Kramnik, if I'm not mistaken. Some 10 years ago he used to play like that, or perhaps more than 10. Okay, he's on the top of chess world for quite some time, so already becomes. Well, sometimes I'm just mixing up how long it was, how long back ago it was. So, well, once you played b6, normally you're going to play bishop b7, and what white's setup is going to be bishop b2, bishop b7, something like that is going to happen, and then, oh well, if white plays d4 at once, then c5 is going to follow it. This practically symmetrical position is maybe not that much dangerous for black. So normally white is looking for a bit slower approach, playing e3, queen to e2, then perhaps rook to d1, so preparing this d2, d4 slowly, so kind of postponing actions in the center. Oh, well, but of course it's too far away right now, g3, but already, I mean, the plans of both sides become more or less defined with such a move order. So, well, not a lot of action so far, so we may switch on to Olga Girya against Anna Ushenina. We just, well, saw them. So I'm switching to the other game. Girya with Ushenina. Well, and this time it's a little bit more of a theoretical line, the so-called Cambridge Springs variation, named after the tournament in Cambridge Springs. Well, where this line had been played for the first time, so back in 20th century. So d4, d5. They arrived actually there via Slav defense move order. So c4. Well, just a minute. It jumps a bit. So knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, bishop g5. So a principal move. White. Well, basically white is ready to play Botvinnik variation after dc4. If black chooses dc4, then in case of h6, it's possible to, well, to go for Moscow variation. Okay, already h6 defines Moscow variation, so the two possibilities: bishop h4 or taking f6. And knight d7, yeah, keeps it in. Well, in Queen's Gambit declined, but after e3, if black tries to play, well, they used to call it orthodox variation, if I'm not mistaken, something like bishop e7, this early c7, c6, well, somehow narrows black's possibilities pretty much, and, well, I'd say at a modern state of a theory, it's not really recommended to go for bishop e7. So instead, black played queen a5, an active try. So, well, we shall see in the game what's going to happen. So cd5, knight d5. Basically, there are some opening traps in this line. For instance, well, if white plays something like bishop d3, just to illustrate what might happen there. So knight e4 is going to be the move in, and for instance, in case of queen c2, white is already, well, white's going to drop the piece after this one, dc4, and, well, not only the bishop is hanging, but as well, via fifth rank, the knight is going to, well, the knight is attacked. So that is one of the possible opening traps, but of course on this level, normally, you know, you're not falling in such a trap, so cd5 is just the main line nowadays. Knight d5, queen d2, I guess, yeah, queen d2, bishop b4, rook c1. So black plays h6, bishop h4. Well, I'm not quite sure why they play h6. So it makes I mean, in this particular moment, because it makes difference if you played h6 or not, but not quite sure. Let's say without h6, if black plays whatever she's supposed to play, okay, let's say castle, then e4 is possible, and after knight c3, bc3, bishop a3, rook's gonna move, I don't know, let's say rook b1, so this bishop is going to return to e3, so that's why, I mean, black first plays h6, so after that, after bishop h4, this bishop is not coming to e3 anymore. So h6, and instead of castle would have been one of the possibilities. Castle, but instead Ushenina went for b6. So in case of a castle, though, once again I'm coming a little bit back. In case of a castle, this one looks like a very principal position. a3, taking c3, and black grabs this pawn. So, well, white sacrifices the pawn, but this one seems to be very risky for black, this line. e4, knight goes back to e7, then transferred to g6, but this position, of course, is, I mean, normally considered to be W's for black, and if white is not, if black is not ready, it's rather risky to go for this. So b6 is more of a positional line, opting to play bishop a6 to exchange those bishops, possibly just holding in equal position. So, well, what might happen here? I'm not sure if still white can sacrifice this pawn or take, and then, well, if queen a3, it still looks risky, but perhaps black can still play bishop a6, and in case of c4 to go for this line, to go for an endgame, knight is going to be moved to e7, perhaps f5 then. So this one is, well, still seems to be better for white a little bit, but quite acceptable for black as well. And I don't see much of an options for black apart from taking c3. Well, and the other line could be bishop t3, bishop a2. Well, I mean, it's not quite clear if white wants to play bishop d3, because after bishop a6, still this bishop looks like it has to be exchanged, and well, this bishop d3 might be just a loss of a tempo in this position after b6. But of course, I mean, this position is still theoretical, and I believe both players got something, let's say, got something on their engine. They got something to say about this position. So we shall see how this one's going to develop later. Well, switching to the other game, this time it's going to be Muzichuk with Stefanova, the Anna Muzichuk of Slovenia, plays at number 2, well, at the starting list, and as well, she's on the second place after 4 rounds. It's Muzichuk with Stefanova. Well, and it's a Scotch game. It has been played, so-called Scotch game. Knight f3, knight c6, d4, takes. Then bishop b4 check, and Stefanova is known for her, well, interesting opening choices, I'd say. So it's not, by far not the most popular line, this bishop b4 check. Check, c3, so white is provoked to play c3, and after bishop c5, well, what's the benefit, let's say, of this check? So the knight cannot be developed normally, because, for instance, in this line, so black normally plays bishop c5. Well, knight f6 is perhaps the most popular, but anyway, bishop c5 is one of the moves. Bishop e3, queen f6, and here white plays c3 actually. But so black's queen is sort of not very well placed. So I mean, in this position, if white plays bishop e3, of course, black will not play queen f6, accepting the position with tempo down, but instead Black's gonna play bishop b6, then developing the knight on f6 and so on. And well, this knight on b1 deprived from the, well, I'd say the most natural square to be developed on c3. Well, so this is what happened in this game. c3, bishop c5, and then white took on c6. Well, so here we are. White took on c6, bc6, and white played bishop d3. So not a lot I can say so far about this position. I mean, it's quite quite usual structure. I mean, which you might acquire from different openings. Well, so d6, knight f6, normally what black is going to play. No big thing for black so far. So I mean, black looks quite comfortable to me. Well, I'm not quite sure if d5 would be an idea one day, but yeah, somehow, well, the only, let's say, disadvantage of this structure for black is those double pawns. So it's not actually clear if this factor is going to be set into play. And well, you can see on the Muminova concentrated. Well, I'm not just thought maybe this knight is not going to be played to f6, but rather perhaps black can try knight e7. I don't know if immediately or after d6. Well, perhaps knight e7 is an interesting idea. So keeping in mind f7, f5 in one moment. So let's say after castle, black's gonna castle as well, then play d6 and f7, f5. So this is also highly possible. So, and well, you can see from the numbers on the clock, so Muminova came very well prepared. He managed even to get a couple of extra minutes while playing those opening moves. And Stefanova, but it's rather usual for her. So she thinks in the opening pretty much. So that's basically what we saw during the previous rounds. So she used to spend a lot of time in the opening, but well, when it comes to a time trouble, she's quite good at it. Well, switching third, and you can see at the back of our screen Hou Yifan, who rised from the table, so walking in a playing hall. So Hou Yifan versus Muminova, and I believe we're going to switch to this position rather shortly. So here we are, Hou Yifan with Muminova. Once again, it looks like white didn't spend any time on those opening moves. Well, and an interesting opening has been played. So c4 from Hou Yifan. So I'm going to try to remember what happened. It's third game for Hou Yifan with white pieces, and first game she played c4, then she played e4 against Dzagnidze, and this time again she varies her opening repertoire. So this time once again c4, e6, g3, d5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop g2. So exactly the same opening that she played against Kosintseva. I'd say, well, not sure about the real name of it, but I say accelerated Catalan or something like that, or postponed Catalan. This d4 is not played yet. a6, d4. Then black takes this pawn, castle. I'm not quite sure if knight c6 is the proper move here. So knight c6, yeah, this one is theoretical, and well, this knight d2 is, well, a new move to me, to be honest. So it's just a pawn sacrifice. So as far as I remember, so e3 is one of the lines. e3 is one of the lines here. e3, But yeah, e3 threatening knight f to d2, and I'm not quite sure if black can manage to keep this pawn. So something like knight d5, if I'm not mistaken. Then knight is coming to b6 to protect this pawn. So knight c6, knight bd2. After knight bd2, black of course captures on d4. So that means white's pawn sacrifice is real. White captures c4, and then, well, black has to take on f3, which going to be answered with bishop f3. And well, while white's compensation for the pawn is, well, visible, I'd say, but still nothing is clear. Let's say in case of exchange on d1, rook takes d1, then white's gonna have a nice compensation, developing the bishop, putting the other rook to c1. But somehow position is already a bit simplified, and I'm not quite sure if white has really much here. Let's say black might want to play knight d5. And, well, white can restore the balance, of course, by taking on d5, but in this case there will be absolutely no danger for black. So let's say bishop d5, e d5, rook d5 is sort of too primitive. Maybe black's gonna get better chances by developing a pair of bishops, and no problem at all. Well, but black chose actually a different move, bishop c5. Bishop c5, and, well, I'm not quite sure if it's the best idea. Basically what white's wanna, how white's going to continue. There is something with knight e5, keeping queens on the board for a little while, and threatening. I mean, if black, well, it's not that easy for black to miss. I mean, not to parry the threat, but the threat is if black skips the move in some fashion. I mean, the threat is e3 followed by exchange on d8 and capturing on f7. But of course, black's gonna play castle, and, well, this position might be played as well. I'm not quite sure actually if white has to keep queens after bishop c5, because, well, by taking on d4, for instance, white's gonna get, well, a kind of position that she was already, I mean, white was already eager to play. I mean, here's a knight d4, possibly queen's gonna take, and, well, by taking d4, bishop d4, white's gonna win a tempo with rook d1. And when this bishop is retreated, perhaps bishop f4 might be the move. So, well, actually, I'd say this one is, well, not the best scenario for black. So I wonder if black is planning to play like that, because here after bishop f4, black is facing certain difficulties defending c7. So in case of knight d5, now it looks much better for white compared to the previous line, rook d5, because this bishop is attacked, and, well, not that easy for black to equalize. That looks like in this particular case it's already quite problematic. I mean, so okay, bishop b6 is possible, but, well, even the simplest taking of b6 was, well, gonna give white practically an extra pawn on the king side, while those double pawns are of no importance, let's say. So I'm not quite sure about the quality of bishop c5. Well, and Hou decided she's gonna play with more pieces on the board, so more tension set with knight e5. Well, quite possible, of course, but, well, after castle, I'd say white will still have to work to prove her compensation is worth more than just an inequality. Well, so the problem in those positions, I mean, the problem for white could be that all this queenside pressure, I mean, especially if white starts to march with those pawns like b4, a4 in one moment. So certainly white's gonna get compensation, but well, it's pretty often happens that this compensation is enough only to regain the material balance, and well, especially if it leads to massive exchanges on the queen side, it must be just a draw. Might be just a draw. I mean, after, but of course, well, a lot of pieces are still on the board, so it's too early for those predictions. But well, just wondering what's gonna happen. Knight e5, and if castle, well, bishop e3. After bishop e3, black seems to be not very much comfortable. So the spin is really a bit annoying. Yeah, so castle is perhaps not the best idea whatsoever, because in this position, well, I just thought, okay, perhaps bishop e3 is not really threatening anything, but it's rather uncomfortable for black to make a move. So bishop a7 perhaps. Well, but it's rather unusual for Catalan to put the bishop on a7. Well, perhaps it might just work. But still, black is, well, looks rather uncomfortable. So knight e5 might be then just a more ambitious move. As I mentioned, okay, already knight d4 seemingly would give white a good compensation, and knight e5 is just more ambitious, trying to, well, to keep more tension on the board. Well, apart from castle, bishop e7 might be an idea. So knight on d4 wasn't hanging anymore, so bishop e7 is possible. But in this case, yeah, and knight's gonna be retreated to f5 in case of bishop e3, so it might be worth of a try, this bishop e7. So bishop e3, knight f5, I don't see anything decisive for white. If white swaps queens, then, well, it won't be that easy. Actually, bishop on d8 is not very badly placed, defending c7, then knight comes to d6. So in this case, black is still alive. Something like knight c6 might be possible, this tactical trick, knight c6 getting to this bishops. But first, of course, white has to remove this bishop from e3. Yeah, not easy for white, this one. So bishop e7 might be a worth of a try. So, well, to Hou Yifan it took a couple of minutes to play this knight e5, knight fe5. So that means perhaps bishop c5 wasn't the move she was really prepared to face into the game. Well, no predictions so far for this game. Of course, if we judge only on an opening, only on a rating, then Hou seems to be a clear favorite. But Muminova, as I said, she used to bring some surprises, and while her overall results in those Grand Prix is not exactly impressive, but from time to time she might produce a couple of really good games. Well, castle had been played, and as I said, castle might be a little bit of well, just a little bit of inaccuracy, because after bishop e3, black is not pretty much comfortable in releasing this pin. So bishop a7, let's say, well, apart from, well, it's kind of awkward move, but apart from bishop a7, I don't really see the move for black. Yeah, bishop e3 was just played, of course, natural. And okay, queen is not moving because it drops the knight on d4. Knight is not moving, so bishop a7 is sort of needed, I mean, to release this pin. And then, well, white may want to try to be tricky and, well, to play bishop g5, but h6 is, yeah, h6 is there. No, this one is not really a good idea. Well, just something like, nothing concrete I can see, but something like rook c1 might be possible. Yeah, something like rook c1 might be possible here. Just increasing the pressure a little bit more, and still black has difficulties in developing her pieces. I'd say, well, well, it's not easy really. Knight d5 is still not possible, as well as knight d7. B7 is hanging. In case of rook b8, once again the pin is gonna be on. Well, so black is not exactly comfortable, and I'm not quite sure if with her hasty castle on move 9, if Muminova didn't spoil her position. So perhaps bishop e7 was sort of a, well, more solid move. So castle, bishop e7, and black is gonna take her time to find if anything is. I mean, if there is a move apart from bishop a7, but yeah, this time it looks already much more pleasant for white, I have to say. Yeah, bishop a7, and as I said, okay, perhaps black now is ready to play knight f5, but after rook c1 it still looks rather uncomfortable. So in case of knight f5, for instance, white's just gonna take a7, so queen d1, rook d1, rook a7, and, well, something like knight a5. Well, I'm pretty much sure that this compensation, white's compensation, is enough. Well, bishop a7 was just played, as you can see. So even this position, it's, well, I tend to simplify things a little bit, but still in this position I believe it's just enough compensation for white, and c6 seems to be the only move, and then, well, looks rather depressive for black. Knight c4, knight is coming to b6, and then an option of e4, e5 is open for white. So I'd say it's rather uncomfortable. Well, moving further meanwhile, and, well, this time to a game of Mongolian player Batchimeg Tuvshintugs, who is white against Nana Dzagnidze. Well, have to say Batchimeg wasn't that much successful at those previous 4 rounds, but of course she's going to try to, well, to improve her score. So, well, Queen's Indian has been played in this game. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and knight f3, b6, a3. So it's, well, we already saw this Petrosian variation, but that time Dzagnidze was white against Muzichuk, so this time she has to face it with black. So a3, bishop a6, queen b3, knight c6, queen c2. Well, a little bit surprising, I have to say. Not quite sure if this line is, well, the most challenging for black, but so white is sort of lured black's knight to c6 and then places a queen in a normal position. So black is not in time to play c5 then, so d6 has been played. Well, and d6 looks awkward for black, I have to say. Just wondering what's gonna happen after d5. Wait a second, I mean, it's really surprising. I'm not quite sure if Dzagnidze is not losing straight away. So what's that? I mean, d6, it's like in famous Semish Capablanca game. I guess it was Semish Capablanca where Capablanca blundered a piece with d7, d6. So this time d6, d5, and what to do with this knight? So if knight is retreat, then queen a4. Well, okay, knight b8 is possible. So I finally understood. I mean, knight b8 defended this bishop. So let's say e takes, c takes. So the knight on c6 is hanging, but knight b8 has to be played. But still, it looks rather uncomfortable for black. So this d5 is, well, just a nice option for white. Cause, well, I don't know if black has to take or perhaps may play knight b8 immediately, but still, I mean, this position after something like e4 is definitely an achievement for white. So I'm not quite sure about the quality of this d7, d6 move. But, and Nana, we can see Nana is a little bit nervous, walking in a playing hall, but, well, so, Queen c2, d6, and, well, quite a creative opening play from both players. I'm not sure about the quality, but definitely something, well, a new page of the in a theory, I believe. Well, and switching to the other game, the last game remaining uncovered so far. A game of well, couple of games are still not covered. So this time a game of Tatiana Kosintseva, who is white, against Kateryna Lagno. So Tatiana Kosintseva versus Kateryna Lagno. Well, we are still showing Batchimeg Tuvshintugs here. Yeah. Oh, okay, switching this time. Yes, Kosintseva with Lagno, and this looks much more of a theoretical position. So Knight of Sicilian, very well, very modern and sharp line. Well, not exactly sharp, but it turns to be rather popular in well, in recent times. White is well, finding it difficult to fight for advantage on the main lines, which are, well, in this position. Well, it's actually hard to say. I mean, bishop e3 is probably the most common move which is played. Bishop g5 is a very aggressive attempt. Bishop c4 is the other one. Well, h3 was played. So what I can remember, that this line had been played at least a couple of times during candidates tournament, men's candidate tournament, which had just finished some 10 days ago, well, or a couple of weeks. So h3, e5, knight d e2. So the point of this line, white doesn't want to put the knight on b3, which is usually the case in this line, but rather to get it to g3, where it seems much better placed. So knight on b3 normally just white's headache in all those Sicilians. So b5, knight g3, bishop e6. I'm not quite sure about b5, by the way, but judging on a situation on the clock, it seems like Lagno is sure about what she's doing. So practically no time spent, while Tatiana Kosintseva is spending, okay, already she spent like half an hour on those opening moves, bishop g5 and knight b d7. So in this structure, it's going to be about all is going to be about d5 square here, of course. So the position of knight on g3, with position of a knight on g3, white slows down her possible kingside attack, although I don't believe in this one in this position. I mean, so it's possibly never going to be the case. I mean, the pushing g pawn. So it's going to be about fighting for a d5 square, crucial d5 square. So, well, and so that's why actually white is not putting a knight on b3. So knight on b3 would be too far away from d5. And here, well, even something like knight h5 might be possible. So ideally, white wants to exchange a couple of knights and then jump with this knight to d5. So, well, I'd say it's too early to say about the evaluation of this position, but already we can see like tension is building on. Well, yeah, basically, well, still something like bishop e2 is possible, just to play bishop e2 to castle short, and then in the right moment to play perhaps a4 b4 knight d5 also might be a possibility. So knight d7, and here is the current situation. So I'm just curious to see a little bit more what's going to be a move of Tatiana Kosintseva. Mm, well, what else white can do? I mean, well, in this particular setup, I don't really believe in castle long for white. So I don't think white's going to play something like queen f3 and castle long, because black is pretty much ready to start queen side actions. So instead white's gonna, well, normally it's gonna look to castle short and then to try to occupy d5 square. Well, she doesn't seem to be ready to make the move. And Kateryna Lagno meanwhile is, while watching some other games, as you can see. So pretty much confident about what she's doing, or just gives us an impression. Well, not sure. The 97. What else? I mean, what else white can try here? Well, I'm still not sure if a4 at once might be an idea. So a4, b4, knight d5 is going to be answered most probably with bishop d5, e d5, and then black's gonna rely on a typical dark square play here in this position. So e d5, well, something like, oh well, actually this knight is nicely placed, so bishop e7 is not really the case, but something like g6 might be played, bishop g7, play on dark squares. Well, so knight h5. As I said, that's probably an idea of white's setup, to play knight h5, then to exchange on f6, and to place the knight on d5 eventually. Or I'm wondering if white can keep this tension for a little while. I mean, not to take immediately on f6, but just to wait a little bit. And, well, not quite sure what has to be a move for black, by the way. So let's say in case of h6, white already is gonna take, and place the knight to d5, or start with a4 possibly. That's gonna be, of course, quite comfortable for white. Practically, no, it's a huge advantage. So h6 is, well, just gives white really an advantage here. But on the other hand, it's not clear what black's gonna do. Now, perhaps black might think about capturing with the pawn on f6, but still it looks like after knight d5, white's gonna have upper hand in this position. So, well, not quite sure if Kateryna Lagno did the right thing here by playing b7, b5 at such an early stage. Well, okay, we shall see it later. Moving to a game of Zhao Xue with Alexandra Kosteniuk meanwhile. So Zhao Xue, one of 3 players who are in plus. Once again, yeah, I've been there, but it's developed a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Well, pardon me, one more game seems to be not covered. Well, everything is covered. Yeah, I forgot about what happened in. Yeah, well, what happened in Ushenina's game, but yeah, I'm back to this one. Zhao Xue with Alexandra Kosteniuk. So we saw this, as I said, double fianchetto line, g3, bishop g2, and then, well, actually I'm not quite sure about that. There might be some teeny-weeny differences in a move order, which white failed to understand. Well, g3, or, well, I'm not quite sure. So bishop b7, and then it's basically, as you prepared both bishops to be fianchetted, so you have to start with one of them. But let's say bishop b2 would cut black's option, for which black went in the game. So there is no more bishop e7 available for black, but black might be going for this one, taking on c4, taking on f3, and try to fight for a d4 square by setting the position like that. c5, knight c6, and knight d4. That just would be the question if black is in time to play that. And okay, by playing bishop g2, now this one is not an option for black, but black goes for bishop e7. And in case of bishop b2, white would be well, this bishop on long diagonal would be challenged with bishop f6. Then it's not really comfortable for white, so white would have to take on c3. Otherwise, d4. Well, this setup is probably okay for black. I mean, black is already has some pressure here. Well, bishop g2, but still, well, bishop g2, bishop e7, still white plays other move, not developing the bishop, so taking d5, bishop d5, and then bishop b2. Here, Alexandra Kosteniuk decided to play knight f6, not bishop f6. Well, I'm not really certain about the decision to take now d5 with the bishop. Because, well, I'd say it might be a loss of a tempo after eventual knight c3. Normally you prefer to keep both bishops, of course, not to allow an exchange. So white may hope for some advantage. Let's say castle short, both castle short, and then some knight c3, bishop is moved away. So white sort of getting couple of tempi in practically symmetrical position. And then this, well, those central pawns stayed at their places, so that might be an achievement for white. I mean, sooner or later, not to play, I mean, not to define the situation in the center at an early stage, but just try to set the pieces first. Queen c2, possibly with rook c1, and then later queen is going to be moved to b1, a1, setting a pressure on long diagonal. Well, let's say knight d7. I'm not quite sure about quality of the moves I'm making, but just to illustrate the ideas. So queen b1 and possibly sometimes queen a1, like Richard Reti used to play, so an inventor of this system of development, against a bit other black setup, but perhaps this this idea might be still the case in this position. So what happened in our game? White played knight c3 first, and bishop returned to b7. So, well, don't see the reason why white actually postponed the development. I mean, postpones castle, so I don't see much of a difference. So, well, looks like white's gonna have to castle anyhow. Castle, and well, this looks like most likely to be the case to play queen c2, rook c1, other rook to d1, something like that. Because I'd say, well, premature d4 might just lead to practically equal, I mean, pretty much symmetrical position after eventual black c5. So knight d7 followed by c5 is just possible. And as well, well, let me try to understand. So yes, knight e4 is as well the case. So no tactical motives for white. And well, in case of queen c2, then black might just want to take. Well, this is a surprising move, I have to say, has been made in this game. Knight c3, bishop b7, and using the fact that both kings are still uncastled, white decided to grab some space on queen side and to play b3, b4. So that's why white wanted to save a tempo on castle. So pawn, of course, cannot be taken, because after queen a4, knight c6, this spin will cost black dearly. well, just 95 white seems to mean. So pawn on b4 cannot be taken. But in case of a castle, well, I'm not quite sure. As I said, I mean, in case of a castle, white will have to make other move to to defend this pawn or something. And you can see from expression on Kosteniuk's face, she seems to be quite skeptic about this move. So, well, just natural castle short, and well, I don't know what white's gonna do. I mean, b5, while possible, but well, looks to be too time consuming, and well, black may want to challenge this pawn. Not sure if a6 or c6 or c5. Well, something like c5, for instance. Well, but yeah, it has some poison actually, just understood. So this pawn's gonna take the c6 square in an important square c6, and while possibly after castle knight d7, white may want to play d4 later, and then it's gonna be well a bit awkward for black to keep on d4, because white piece is going to arrive to c6. So there is some poison in this move, I'd say. Perhaps black has to react in some other way than castle, but well, I'm not quite sure which one. Oh well, so that means an interesting move. This b3, b4, and well, judging of the situation with the time for both players, so they are not really, though they are out of their books, of course. The fresh position. Well, so moving further one more time before we're gonna have a break. Well, taking just a short look on a game of Olga Girya with Anna Ushenina. So this sharp Cambridge Springs line. So I'm switched to Olga Girya with Olga Girya is the move, as you can see. Ushenina left the board. So we saw this one. So not a lot of moves being made since we left the girls for the last time we've been. So b6, bishop d3 anyhow has been played. Bishop a6, white castled, and so did black. So I'm not sure what's gonna happen there. Basically, I don't really think this option of a pawn sacrifice is still on for white. I mean, if in case of a3, black's gonna accept the challenge, I believe. Just take there, take on d3, and take the pawn. So still a compensation for white, but well, perhaps not enough. So in case of e4, now black has knight f4, knight g6, and since those bishops are gone, well, it doesn't look that scary for black anymore. So this a3 is not really a dangerous move. So I believe something like rook e1 or d1 is going to be played in order to, so let's say rook d1 or rook, maybe rook e1, rook fe1. So white's idea in this case would be to get this rook off the pin, and well, white would like to try to save this bishop d3 by playing bishop b1 next move. So black's gonna be practically forced to take on d3. Yeah, so that's gonna make the difference. Well, black still can try to take the pawn, but this time it's going to be much more dangerous. So, well, rook is already played to e1, and queen on a2 is a little bit too far. Well, perhaps it's just not possible. After c4, this queen's going to be trapped I mean, in case of knight's retreat, it's rook a1 and rook p1, the queen is trapped. So after c4, black is gonna have to play knight b4, and this seems to be a little bit of too much. The queen c3, a5. Well, perhaps. Yeah, it looks like white is still winning here. Bishop e7 attacking the rook, and if rook is moved, then rook a1. And, well, queen has the only square to retreat, and then after bishop b4, white is winning a piece. So, well, so all the above just illustrate that black will not, of course, go for this pawn after rook e1, but still, I believe black's gonna exchange the bishop. And then black's reaction should be something with c5 or e5, so challenging white's center. Possibly just taking on c3, bc3 and bishop a3, followed by c5 or e5. Yeah, rook p1, let's say, and, well, perhaps e5 is not a bad idea. So, still strategically quite complicated position. So Olga Girya meanwhile thinks here. Yeah, that's right. I mean, well, otherwise white may want to try immediate e4. But then once again, apart from taking d3 and jumping the knight to f4, which might be, well, just a fine continuation for black, and, well, landing this knight on g6 and then possibly once again breaking with c5 or e5, so striking in a center. But apart from that, after e4, well, black may want to continue knight c3, bc3, bishop a3, followed by e6, e5. So it seems like this e5 is gonna be always the case in this game. Well, so I think we more or less covered the opening stage, and, well, all games are on, and I expect so far no, let's say, no, not a shadow of a quick draw I can see in any of those games. Well, so the games are going to be still on while we're gonna have a break. So coming back in some 5 up to 10 minutes, and, well, to cover a second hour of play, and right now we're going to have a break.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driven ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. The Chinese prodigy Hou Yifan made the headlines with dozens of different occasions, her incredible potential being discovered back in 1997 when she was only 3. Yifan's father remarked the fascination his daughter displayed towards a chess set made of glass, and it was not long after the headstone has been set. In just a few weeks' time, the little girl started to defeat her father, and by the age of 9, the chief coach of the Chinese national teams, Ye Zhanquan, recognized in her an exceptional genius. To meet her family and trainers' expectations, Yifan started to break one record after another. At the age of 12, she became the youngest player ever to participate in the FIDE Women World Championship in 2006 and in the Chess Olympiad in Torino. Remarkable is her jump in just 2 months' time. Between April and July 2006 FIDE rating lists, she made an impressive leap of 190 rating points, moving from 2298 to 2488. In 2007, she was China's youngest national women champion, and by the age of 14, she was already the youngest female grandmaster ever. But the highlight came in 2010, as Hou Yifan became the youngest, again, women world chess champion in history, by winning the title in Turkey at the age of 16. By the age of 18, Yifan accomplished enough to fill in many other players' CVs taken together. In the World Women's Championship 2012, held by knockout system in Khanty-Mansiysk, Hou Yifan lost her champion's title. However, as the winner of Grand Prix 2011-2012, she got a right to play a match with the new champion Ushenina. She won the match held in China in 7 games with 5.5 on 1.5 score and regained her title. And yet, the question remains whether the current women world champion will surpass Judith Polgar too, establishing her name on the men list, just like Polgar. Perhaps this day is not far away, as the Chinese proved in several occasions that many top grandmasters learned the hard way to fear her. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kosintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Nalchik, which pushed her up to a remarkable 2581 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future. The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women's European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women's World Crown and the 12th Women's World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Nalchik, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport, and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Kateryna Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women's Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Kateryna continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympiad 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life, in order to reach all of that, You are wrong. Kateryna is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come.
Welcome back for live coverage of Women's FIDE Grand Prix here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Second hour of play we are about to see. Bringing already you the board and just gonna follow the games this time because it really turns to be rather interesting in a game of Muzichuk with Stefanova. Well, it started a bit, started like a quiet line, which, this one, the Scotch opening, we saw bishop d3, and then Stefanova made quite a, I'd say, quite a provocative move, queen h4, using an absence of a white's kingside knight, so there is no knight on f3, so black decided to develop the queen at such an early stage. So queen e2, d6. So this is what happened there. So that means in case of a castle short, black would play knight f6 with some intentions to play knight g4 here. White would find it hard against to fight against this threat of knight g4. Particularly in this position, white has no comfortable move. Because, knight d2 is still possible, by the way. No, I'm just, yeah. So nevertheless, okay, castle still looks possible to me. Knight g4 is met with knight f3, queen h5, bishop f4, so it was fine anyway. But what happened in the game? Actually, white played bishop e3. So changing the bishops this way, knight f6, queen g3. Black decided to keep queens on the board, queen h6, and white castled short. The position has simplified a little bit, but the tension is still on, of course. Black's not gonna castle probably. And what I can think of for white is just to play f2, f4, because at the moment it's not that easy to develop this knight. So, I mean, knight cannot go to d2, and knight a3 is a little bit of a step aside, I would say. So knight would be much more comfortable on d2. So after castle, I expect white to play f2, f4, and then it's going to be a question how black's going to react on this one. Because, if black's gonna let white to develop the pieces, it's gonna be slightly better for white, I believe. So rook p8, for instance, is met with b3, rook e8, knight d2, and to me, white looks a little bit more comfortable. Then white's gonna bring the other rook to e1 and eventually will try to conduct a break in the center with e4, e5. So this is how a plan of white looks. Castle. I don't know if black can really try to postpone castle here. Maybe trying to get to dark squares with knight g4. I just thought, knight h5, knight f4. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but possible. And even, well, so first of all, white is not that comfortable in moving the queen. Let's say queen h4, which would have been a nice move in under other circumstances, but here after g5 the queen is trapped, so queen h4 would be really bad after knight h5. Yeah, the knight h5 looks like really an option. So queen f3, then it's sort of only move for white, and here black may try to play knight f4 anyway. Knight f4, landing the knight here on f4, and well, in case of, so first off, black wants to take on d3. Then, well, there is no comfortable, I don't see a comfortable way for white to really to save this bishop. I mean, bishop c4 might be a possibility, but then if black plays simply bishop e6, it looks just fine for black. So knight h5 seems to be an interesting option, I have to say. So queen f3, once again, queen f3. Well, yeah, knight f4 is just natural. I mean, sometimes I might even consider something like g5, but seems to be a bit too much. With center still not being closed, g5 is a little bit of too much. Yeah, but knight h5, queen f3, knight f4 seems to be just fine. Then, well, possibly white just has to give away the idea of keeping the bishop on the board and try to develop the knight, but at the same time, well, perhaps it's going to be. So I mean, this move's going to be interesting. Knight d2. I mean, well, the knight appears to be hanging there on d2, but don't know if black can properly execute. I mean, you use this fact. So first off, if knight d3, then queen d3 defending this knight. That's okay for black, but at the same time, it must be fine for white. Knight g2 is not clear as well. I mean, so black takes back, white takes back, and when black takes on d2, white's gonna take on g7 intermediate. Rook f8 with rather sharp position, but well, perhaps still fine for black. On rook t1, black won't take on b2, probably just return the queen to a nice outpost on f4. So once again seems possible, and the other option on knight d2 is just to give a check on h3, spoil white's pawn structure, and then take d2. So this is a nice situation for black once again. So, well, this knight h5 now, I can really strongly recommend this one. Knight h5 and queen f3, knight f4. Not clear what to do for white. Black already starts to fight for an opening advantage, perhaps. No problem for black whatsoever, I can see after this one. Maybe it's really a nice moment, because if black plays castle, and yes, indeed, Stefanova just played knight h5. I mean, if black would have played castle, then after f4, she would be deprived from this option knight h5, knight f4. So this time, knight h5 is just dubious because of queen f2, and well, or even queen h4. Yeah, so knight h5 was just played correctly. Knight h5 and queen f3. As I said, the only move for white, so it didn't took Muzachuk too long to figure it out. And then, actually, apart from knight f4, there are other moves for black. So black can castle here, for instance. But of course, knight f4 is tempting, and I believe it's strong as well. Well. Yes, knight f4, for instance. Once again, I'm just looking for a let's say, most challenging way for white to continue, because, well, it doesn't seem to be a nice position for white. So, I mean, if bishop is retreated that way to c2, the black is getting a couple of options, one of them being bishop a6, rook e1, and then something like castle short. So bishop and a6 would be nicely placed. Or black may want to, I don't know, to proceed with queen g5 as well, creating a threat of bishop h3 and as well setting some tension here. So, well, I mean, g3 looks at least suspicious, I'd say, all this weakening of light squares, but might be needed, I mean, in this position. So the knight f4, bishop c2 is certainly too slow, so white has to do something else. Yeah, perhaps bishop c4 is a move to try, but, well, I mean, something like that. If queen g5, then rook e1, and bishop h3 is not such a big deal. I mean, g3 is going to be played. Perhaps. Well, still, I feel like black is perfectly comfortable in this position. So Stefanova tries to decide herself on knight f4, if I understand it correctly. Well, yeah, really, I mean, knight f4 looks just a nice little move. Or perhaps, well, rook e1 might be a possibility, I mean, just to threatening to hide the bishop on f1, but then black takes d3, castles, and, well, with bishop versus knight, it might be already black who is slightly better. So, moving further then to Hou Yifan versus Muminova, just to find out what happened in this game since we left them. So it's already became apparent that Hou Yifan, now when you're preparing against Hou Yifan with black, you also have to worry about closed openings. It's already second time she played c4 first move, so English opening now becomes one of her weapons. And from the situation which is at the present moment at the board, I have to say Muminova didn't really play it the proper way. And, well, also the clock tells the story. So it's 35 minutes left for Muminova. And also black is under serious pressure here. So bishop e3, bishop a7 we saw. In the move I've recommended was rook c1. It was indeed played. So black decided to play c5, supporting the knight on d4, but as well creating some weaknesses. White proceed with bishop d2. Quite a typical maneuver in Catalan. So bishop might be played to a5, or the other possibility is to jump this knight to a5. So knight d5, closing the diagonal. Well. Yes. So knight d5, e3, knight b5, queen e2. So this way, knight d6, rook fd1. This way, white creates an unpleasant battery against black's queen. Knight takes c4 has been played, and white answered with knight takes back on c4. So still, the situation is not easy for black. White is gonna play bishop a5 next move, and, well, possibly prepare e3, e4. So at the moment this bishop looks rather passive, and the other one fails to impress either. So b5, for instance, just as a try to develop the pieces, b5 looks rather dangerous for black. Well, I'm not quite sure what has has to be the move for white, but let me try this one. Bishop a5, and if queen e7, then white may want to proceed with e4. If the knight is retreated, which is most likely to be the case, so white's gonna, well, play knight d6, I thought so, but maybe it's nothing special, just, I mean, knight d6, perhaps it's not that much clear if black plays c4, or at least this bishop starts to work. Well, maybe there is a precise way for white in this position. So if b5, I mean, if b5 works, it certainly has to be played, at least, well, to try to develop this queen side, which is at the moment is under pressure. Well, b6 might be an option, actually. Just thought, okay, bishop on a7 will be really ugly placed in this case, but at the same time black, well, keeps the position for a short while. So e4, this time knight's gonna be played to e7, but then bishop f4 looks rather dangerous for black. Yeah, this one also cannot really recommend. This one looks rather depressing. The queen is attacked, and after queen e8 white's gonna have different possibilities like knight d6 or bishop d6 perhaps. Yeah, this one doesn't look really nice for black, and especially with, I mean, with Muminova's clock reduced to 30 minutes, it's, well, so she'll face tough decisions on every single move. And, well, so basically what I'm trying to say, it's, well, this half an hour would be enough in some more clarified position, let's say. So sometimes it's not really too less time, but in particular case when you still have to make 25 moves to get time increment in being under such an amount of pressure that in this position we can see. I mean, it's really a tough task. So this half an hour going to be reduced to few minutes rather shortly. Next 3-4 moves. So okay, b6 we decided not to be the move, so b5 once again I'm trying. So this time e4 is maybe not such a great idea. E4 at once, take, and possibly white's gonna win back this pawn, but at least, so at the moment it's 2 extra pawns for black, and if black manages to develop, well, this one doesn't really look good for white. But after b5, of course, knight a5 or bishop a5 should be tried. So bishop a5 I tried already. To queen e7. Here e4 looks, well, possible. e4 looks possible. This time bc4, ed5 is not acceptable for black, because this pawn cannot be taken back, and white's gonna proceed with d6. So it's really a hard threat. So I'd say bishop b7, for instance. Well, white has different options. So one of them being just, I mean, straightforward d6, taking on b7, even plain d7, bishop b6 is the only move. Then take b6 and take c4. So material, equal material, but this pawn on d7 is really very, very dangerous. I mean, limits black's possibilities a lot. So, well, what I mean, after b5, bishop a5, queen e7, e4, black will have to retreat the knight somewhere. Well, just spotted the possibility of knight b4. I mean, this is interesting if this one is possible. So then, in case of, though, I mean, basically, what? Yes, b5 was just played. Meanwhile, So now we're gonna see what is the plan of Hou Yifan. Bishop a5 or knight a5. I'm not yet sure about this. So, and the position at the bottom of the screen, right bottom. So I'm discussing the position after b5, knight a5, bishop a5, queen e7, e4, and then I just spotted the possibility of knight b4. So this time knight wants to jump to c6, d4, in case of knight d6, for instance. Black may want to play knight c6, attacking the bishop. Okay, e5 is met with... Okay, e5 is a nice little move. I mean, attacking, setting the pin, attacking not only the knight but the rook on a8. But black has bishop d7 and nothing decisive I can see for white. That no, next move might be knight d4, or well, first moving the rook somewhere. By the way, this bishop is still attacked on bishop c7. Well, at least bishop b8. Well, bishop b8 will drop this pawn. Okay, but something like c4. Let us say c4. Then yeah, somehow black pieces are coming into play, so it's not that easy. After this knight b4, yes, and well, might be just a possibility. I mean, perhaps. I mean, black is not really losing material here, and if it's the case, then black may want to take on a2 as well. So, well, certainly looks provocative, but well, I'm not quite sure. So, I mean, after rook a1, knight b4, black seems to be quite stable. I mean, this e5, for instance, against e5, black has not only knight d5, but rook b8 as well. So it's not that easy to prove this, well, lead in development is gonna bring something to white. So it's really a choice, a critical choice for Hou Yifan at the moment. Well, just want to take a closer look on e4 one more time. Well, the point being, after bc4, ed5, ed5, as I said, it's not that easy for white to prove compensation. I'd say bishop c3, for instance. Well, yeah, that might be the case. Bishop c3, bishop e6, then immediate queen e5, which is, well, looks rather nice, but black's gonna answer with d4, and well, if white takes an exchange, then it's certainly black who's going to be better. So 2 pawns for exchange, and horrible weaknesses of these light squares in white's king's camp. So, but instead, white might want to take on d5 first. Bishop d5, and then queen e5. So here, black is practically forced to play a f6. The white takes d5, but still white will have to spend some time. Also, this position, I mean, it has to be acceptable for black. Yeah, indeed, the bishop is passive, but at the same time, white's gonna spend some time to win the back to c4 pawn. So black's gonna have her chance. I mean, okay, changing rooks. Black's gonna start to change rooks. This one is basically not that much dangerous. So I don't expect white to play e4. The conclusion is gonna be, so e4 is not really dangerous for white, for black. If well, only if something like I mean some other bishop move might work. So which I'm not sure. Yeah, but it's gonna lead to more or less the same position. So this one is not really dangerous. Yeah, b5, so it has to be something with knight a5 or bishop a5. So don't see other option. Okay, knight e5 is perhaps a possibility, but then black develops rather looks like black develops rather comfortable with bishop b7. And e4, knight's gonna return somewhere. Well, maybe this one is actually not so pleasant. Yeah, that's right. And bishop knight f6, for instance, bishop g5, and already black is facing some difficulties. Knight e5, so bishop b7 is not the best idea. But maybe queen c7 is a possibility. Well, challenging this knight on e5, also escaping the battery from d file, on a d file. So, well, knight d3, I'd say bishop b7. So this extra pawn is really valuable for black. Not only, I mean, well, I find it hard that black's gonna keep this pawn, but at the cost of this extra pawn, black may still hope to finish the development. So b5 and Hou Yifan to make her decision in this position. Okay, we shall see how this one's going to develop, and meanwhile, of course, Hou Yifan has got a lot of time, so she's going to think twice, let's say. It's certainly decisive point in this game, which way to go. So let us switch meanwhile to something else, and well, I'd offer to check what goes on in Batchimeg with Dzagnidze, because Mongolian player seems to have a an interesting advantage here. Well, an interesting position with advantage here. We saw this one, so it didn't develop too much. Quite a creative opening, and both are spending a lot of time here. So we saw this one when white played queen c2 and black answered with d6, which looked rather suspicious, as I said. Well, and white's e4, I'm not quite sure if it's the best possible move here. As I said, d5 was quite interesting. d5, knight b8, e4, yeah, that was possible. Instead, white played e4, which is still okay. e4. Yes, e4, knight d7, d5, but in this case it gave black a possibility to jump this knight to e5. Still, I would say in this position white has to be better. By the way, white had an opportunity to take on white played knight bd2. Yeah, so that was white's last move, knight bd2. Besides, white had an opportunity to take on e5, but that would be not really clear. Okay, black has to take with the pawn, because knight e5 drops the piece after check on a4. So these bishops would be lost in this case. So knight e5, black would have to take with the pawn. And this one, I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not certainly clear if this position is that much promising for white. So in case of exchange on e6, sooner or later, black would have gone for a d6 square, d4 square. So knight would be somehow transferred to reach d4. So anyway, looks better for white. So knight e5, d5 was of course an option, and possible continuation would have been with or without exchange on e6, just to play b4. So let's say taking e6 first, then playing b4. Still, white. Well, I mean, this knight at the moment is a little bit too far from d4, so white should be able to build up a position. Bishop b2, knight d2, possibly. Well, the way Mongolian player played knight b d2 is also a possibility, of course. So she doesn't really want to change the structure, but instead just to develop pieces and try to prove this bishop on a6 being out of play. I'd say the main question would be if white, which pawn white's gonna capture with on d5 after ed5. After possibility of ed5, because I'd say if black wants to close the center by taking on f3 and playing e5 and get into some sort of King's Indian structure, I'd say, well, then this bishop is left passive for ages on a6. So white may want to play b4 at once, bishop d3. If bishop is returned, then sometimes c5 is the case. Maybe it's not that easy to get this c5, but still a possibility, of course. So here it looks like white would be just clearly better. So instead of taking plain e5, black may try to take on d5. I mean, after ed5, for instance, it's still somewhat better for white, but this open e file allows black to hope for some simplifications. And if white takes cd5, which looks more challenging, so opening the semi-opening, let's say, the c file, and also this pawn on c7 is going to be weak. The square on c6 would belong to white's knight eventually after knight d4. But in this case, white seems to lose a castle right after bishop f1, so white's gonna have to capture with the king, I believe. Then playing g3, king g2, so, well, this little delay in development might give black some chances to equalize. So this ed5 might be the case, and of course bishop e7 is still possible. I mean, just to make a developing move and see what happens. But in this case, perhaps, well, it's not really clear. I mean, in this case, white may want to take on e6, and after fe6, knight d4, it's not really comfortable to defend e6 pawn. So knight c5 is met with b4. Knight f8 is not an option because of this check on a4. So bishop e7 is not really possible. Yeah, no, I've got the point. So black has to take on f3 and play e5 anyway, just to close the position. Because, well, otherwise, yeah, and we can see Nana is shaking her head, so perhaps not really happy about what she's done so far. Well, moving further then to a sharp position in knight of variation between Tatiana, Kosintseva and Kateryna Lagno. So, well, moving to this one, so Kosintseva with Lagno. And okay, it's developed pretty much actually. And as we saw, well, both players spend a lot of time. So after queen h5, knight h5, which we actually saw, Kateryna decided to play queen a5. And so it followed like bishop f6, knight f6, knight f6, gf6, and then, okay, white is just one step away from putting this knight to d5. But at the moment the knight is pinned. Now I believe if white makes a developing move like bishop e2, black may think of playing b4, forcing this knight to d5, but at least ensuring that white will have to take with the pawn eventually. Bishop d3 instead has been played. This is interesting. So bishop d3. I'd say it looks like a pawn sacrifice for white. So after b4, I don't really believe Tatiana is going to play knight e2, but instead she's, well, most probably she's going to go for knight d5. And, well, black is practically forced to take the pawn. And of course this white's compensation is obvious, because black just has got too many light square weaknesses. But, you know, the pawn is still a pawn. Castle For instance, castle. Well, black may try rook g8, g3, and then, well, just something. Queen. Well, let's say queen e6. So black will have to try to set her central pawn on light squares, somehow limiting white's bishop. So it's going to be rather complicated, this one, in case of b4. But, well, I don't see much of other options for black, because if they just continue normally, I mean, knight d5, bishop, well, so just some of it. But first of all, it's not that easy to name which move to make. I mean, okay, rook g8 is easily answered with queen f3. So it looks like after bishop d3, b4 is not only the principal one, but as well it's practically only reasonable move. So something like bishop e7 doesn't really appeal to me to be a developing move. But perhaps it's possible, yeah, bishop e7, further on looking for bishop d8, bishop b6, but somehow, yeah, perhaps on b6 this bishop will do its job. Maybe it's a possibility, yeah, that's right. So castle, let's say, bishop d8. But still, white somehow looks much more comfortable to me. Queen f3, king, let's say king e7. So even on b6, this bishop doesn't seem to have a lot of targets. Knight d5, bishop takes, pawn takes. Well, black's position is still solid, but in the long run, white will organize some breakthrough on a queen side, like c3, possibly c3, b4, a4, something like that. And black's king side majority, on the other hand, is practically of no importance. So those pawns are really not mobile, not flexible, and, well, one can hardly hope to get f6, f5 with black in present situation. So, well, perhaps this b4 just has to be played in order to keep the tension. Otherwise, I would be, well, just can safely say white has an advantage, and at least this b4 and acceptance of pawn sacrifice at least is gonna keep this game unclear. So queen d5. Well, just wondering if white has any better move than a castle short. Perhaps queen g4 might be an option. Queen g4, or even queen e2. Yeah, queen e2 seems to be interesting. So this way white keeps an eye on a6 pawn, although possibly white wants to castle long. Of course, bishop e4 is a threat. So, well, here queen b7 looks practically forced. Then I'd say castle long. Once again, bishop e4 is the threat. d5. Well, it may turn to be rather sharp, this one. Then I have something like, okay, queen f3 is interesting, but then, yes, black will have to defend this one. Rook, yeah, this one looks actually a bit of a danger for black. Rook e1, and still black finds it hard to find a sanctuary for the king. And let's say e4 is not possible. Just rook takes e4 and bishop takes e4, then winning back the rook, getting an extra pawn. So, well, a crossroad for black after bishop d3 to accept this pawn sacrifice, to play b4 and take on d5 twice, which is, well, certainly dangerous, but at least challenging, or just to try to develop slowly. And in this case, yeah, well, b4 was just played. Kateryna, of course, understands this one very well. So at least you have to put pressure on your opponent. Otherwise, well, I mean, still it was possible to, well, just to try to develop. But in this case, white would have had just advantage for nothing, let's say. It's a risk-free situation. And here at least black's gonna grab the pawn. But Tatiana too seems to think, and this is, well, I'd say a bit surprising, because you don't really want to move your knight on e2, I believe, in this position. So knight d5 seems just to be made without thinking. Well, it's still a possibility, but somehow slows down white's attacking chances a lot. Knight e2. Well, I mean, this knight's gonna be restricted, so then, okay, what would be the route for this knight? No, I still do believe in knight d5 to be made here. But of course, perhaps this moment of hesitation is a little bit needed. So a little bit of hesitation is needed, because, well, if you're really not sure in this pawn sacrifice, you better not play this one. So still 33 minutes for Kosintseva. Well, but it's only move 13. Yeah, so it's 14th move for white. Still 25, 26 actually moves to reach the time control. And well, it's a little bit surprising, of course, to speak about reaching a time control at such an early stage, but it seems like they're burning the clock. So really taking too much time to make decisions. Well, switching to other games. Zhao Xue with Alexandra Kosteniuk. Let's find out if Chinese player got some advantage with her interesting move. She played this b4 with white, so bringing you the board. So that's a current situation. Okay, those girls actually progressed pretty much since our last visit. So I believe we saw something like that. Well, just a second, something like that, where white decided to grab a space on queen side by playing knight c3, and then using the fact that castle short is not yet played for black, white progressed with b4. So that was the moment we saw. Castle b5. So this way white is getting some space on a queen side, so a6, a4. Well, and the point being then, if black wants to, well, I mean, since this pawn on b5 sort of fixes black's structure, and in case of black wants to insist on exchanging this pawn, so those a and b pawn are going to be a target definitely for white. So it's gonna be, well, in situation of so-called minority attack, I'd say. So knight bd7, castle, ab5, ab5. Now it's absolutely clear if black's gonna play with her c pawn sooner or later, white surely is gonna take on c6. And well, and this one's going to be, once again, it's not absolutely clear, but this b pawn, I'm gonna claim it to be rather weak. So rook a1, bishop a1. Just quickly, queen a8, queen c2, knight e5, knight h4. So just a little bit of simplifications here. Rook c8, knight e3. Well, and so in this moment, for instance, black may, and actually this last black's move, rook c8, indicates Kosteniuk's intentions pretty clear. So knight e3, black wants to push c pawn, this time probably to c6, not c5, because c5, I'd say, gives white some other options, maybe sometimes not to take, but just to try to drive this knight away and put the knight on c4. So, well, just to limit white's possibilities, it's advisable to play c6 here. Well, don't know if white has to play some intermediate moves, but let us say white simply takes c6. And then white's going to try to prove that this pawn on b6 is a little bit weak. So queen, well, I'm not sure actually which piece to take with. If knight takes c6, then still this pawn cannot really move. So I'd say if black somehow manages to move this pawn a little bit forward, so actually to overstep this b5 square, which is, so basically it's a problem to play b5 for black. If black would be able to play b5, b4, so this pawn will not be weak anymore, and even, well, I can say it's gonna represent some danger for white player. But since it's on b6, it's still not that easy to organize a movement of this pawn further. So rook b1, I'd say, and even this active jump to d4 it doesn't look like giving, giving black something. White's gonna move the queen. Not sure where to move the queen. Okay, let us say queen d3, move with a tempo. Then, well, by the way, some tactical possibilities like rook d8. Rook d8 threatening knight f3. Yeah, this one might be not the best for white, not the best white can do. But even here, yeah, still queen c4, and this knight on d4, well, being actively placed, but might feel a little bit awkward. So not quite sure, but perhaps safer for white is just to play queen d1. Queen d1 and then to challenge this knight. So queen c6, I'd say, so looking for b5, b4. Well, actually, this particular one doesn't seem to be really dangerous for black, so maybe this rook p1 move is just a little bit too soft. But anyway, so that's a present position, and c6 definitely seems to be a move here. Well, to speak about the alternatives, well, perhaps bishop c5 is a possibility, but then black has to be, well, perhaps has to worry about some, have to worry a bit about something like knight. Well, I just thought about knight a2, but it's not really realistic to get to b4, c6. So, I mean, white would possibly like to stop this c6 break, but maybe it's not realistic. I'm just thinking about knight a4, but in this case, black returns to d6. This knight is strangely placed on a4 then. Yeah, maybe it's not that clear. Still, c6 is an option of c6 is still going to be on after knight's retreat. So, well, but perhaps c6 is somewhat of a better idea for black, immediate c6. If not only white has something, some knight jumps, I'm not sure. Well, should be still okay for black. Well, so moving further again, and this time to a game of Olga Girya with Anna Ushenina, this Cambridge Springs variation in Queen's Gambit declined. Well, this one actually simplified pretty much. Well, let's retrack back and see how it could have happened. Bishop a6, both castles that we saw, and then I had been offered some rook moves. Instead, white preferred to keep it simple, just to take on a6, queen a6, and queen e2. Well, this way releasing the pin here, but at the same time doesn't seem to be well, I'm not really impressed, let's say. Rook c8, a3, bishop f8, black is perfectly solid. Rook c2, c5, rook fc1, trying to build up attention here. But okay, a5, black seems to be just fine. Knight d2, b5. Well, I'm not sure about b5 actually, but well, seems to be okay. Yeah, so while black is just rolling with pawns, I mean a4, b4 is a possibility just to eliminate all those queenside pawns, especially after dc5, rook c5. I'm really finding it hard for white to claim any advantage. So I believe, well, first if white takes c5, black's gonna capture back with the knight. Knight is heading to d3 as well, so I mean, for instance, knight d4. Okay, black plays b4. And, well, looks like not much white can do. I mean, this b4 pawn is very well defended. White played... Meanwhile, white played now after rook c5, knight d4 immediately. But doesn't seem to be much of a difference if black plays b4. Well, at least a4 is available. a4 is available for black. But in this case, okay, white is taking... black is taking on c2 and playing knight c5. Well, a4 is hanging, so b3 is a must. And then knight is gonna find its way to c3. So this will, in this case, it looks to me that it's already black who is better here. So I mean, after b4, well, it's just well, actually, after a b4, I thought perhaps black can also play knight takes b4. Then after rook c5, knight c5, knight d3 is going to be a threat. So b3 has to be played, a4 simplifying things completely, and with this one, I mean, all the pawns being on one flank, there's gonna be not much left to play for. So, well, this one seems to be more or less defined, and don't expect much of an actions in this particular game. So it's highly possible that this is going to be the first game to finish, and most likely to finish in a draw. So, well, so I guess we've covered more or less the second hour of play. So, well, really think we might have a short break then, and well, come back in 5 minutes to the most exciting stage, as we are approaching a time trouble stage. So I'm off for 5 minutes and going back to comment for you.
It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Kateryna Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Kateryna continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympia 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Kateryna is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come. Currently, Uzbekistan's #1 woman-rated player and the first ever women grandmaster in her homeland, Nafisa, was introduced to chess much later than the professional chess world got used to. Up to the age of 9, she was absorbed by her piano classes in Kokand City, and it was only after her father took her to the local chess club that she had to face a small dilemma: piano or chess? That was the question. Fortunately, Nafisa chose the latter and went on to rise inch meal until it became clear that there was no turning back and the inevitable was bound to happen. In 2002, she won the Under-12 Girls National Championship. From this moment on, the gold medals in various age groups were set aside for her, including those of a higher caliber from the Women National Championships in 2008, 2009 and 2011. She qualified for the World Women Championship in 2007 from the zonal tournament, which motivated her further to win the silver medal in 2008 in the Under-18 Asian Championship and in 2010 in the Asian Games. Consequently, Nafisa became the undisputed top board in the Olympic team of Uzbekistan, where she proved the leadership position suits her rather well. The Uzbek women grandmaster is currently studying sports psychology in the State Institute of Physical Culture and is no stranger to the top-level women chess. Nobody would be surprised if from the underdog position the national chess pride of Uzbekistan will actually surprise. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships Under-16 in 2005 and Under-20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoaneta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila, at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoaneta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoaneta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoaneta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintugs family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too, shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimeg. Like father, like daughter, Batchimeg's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national women list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all three national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimeg took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the fifth place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimeg made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dilijan. Batchimeg occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Girya, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimeg's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimeg's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork, Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Yun to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it.
Welcome back to the 5th round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk. So we just left you for a short break, and now we are back to cover the 3rd hour of play, which promises to be, well, as usual, we already accustomed to that. It's well, an hour when a time trouble stage is taking place, and of course it's lot of games decided during this 3rd hour. Well, at the moment on our screen is a game of Antoaneta Stefanova versus Muzychuk, and from what I can see, it's a little bit simplified, this one. So, well, just going to figure out what exactly happened there. So, I believe we saw the position after black's knight h5, which was answered with queen f3 by Musicek. Yes, and black played knight f4 as was predicted, rook e1, rook p8, b3, then Stefanova took on d3, and well, she decided to go for a bit artificial move, rook b5. I'm not quite sure if this one is a good one, but to me it looks like short castle was just good enough, but for some reason she decided to play rook b5. So knight d2, rook h5. So this way, I mean, the rook is transferred to the king side, which is, well, an interesting attempt, of course, but after knight f1, this rook doesn't seem to do a lot of damage on h5, so, well, the black's attack is normally over. The castle short. White decided to play queen e3. So practically forcing an exchange of the queens, because, well, if black plays g6, queen g6, so this pawn's gonna be just taken, and, well, knight's gonna jump to g3. Absolutely no danger for white king. So queen takes e3, knight takes e3, and the black proceed with f7, f5. Well, I'm not sure about what Stefanova is doing. Well, so it seems rook e5 was an alternative. I mean, just returning this rook to the center, because, well, when you play f5, you normally have to be worried about, I mean, have to be a little bit worried about something like e5. Well, perhaps not here, but I mean, just sacrificing the pawn, but leaving this rook out of play for a little while, like knight c4, e4, and, well, but rook is actually coming back. Yes, so perhaps this one is not the case. Okay, then my first reaction would be just to capture and to try to play g4. So in this case, I assume this is what Stefanova is planning to do, to play rook g5, h3, h5, and, well, it seems black is definitely winning back the piece, but seems like he's even to defend the pawn on g4 is not that easy. Something like rook e4 may follow. Then d5 is, well, d5 would be a mistake, because after rook e5, black is not winning back a piece. So black will have to take this one. hg4, then it's possible to play d5, rook a4, and something like rook f3, or maybe immediately rook f3. So, well, quite an unclear position, I have to say. Okay, basically, it's very good drawing chance, let's say, as it's a rook endgame, but still, I mean, some tension is still on. If white's gonna manage to defend this pawn safely, then it is majority 2 versus 1 on the king side may start to tell. The f5 once again. Perhaps white would prefer to keep the knight, so, well, to take looks obvious. Bishop f5, and then, well, just to try to prove this rook is not really conveniently placed, and try to do something like that, a f3 maybe. f3, well, possibly playing knight c4 later. Still doesn't seem to be much for white. But I'm not quite sure about the last f5, so I would prefer rook e5 anyway. So once again, Well, okay, we can wait a bit for Muzichuk to make a move, but well, I don't think we're gonna have a time trouble right now in any of our games. So still may spend few more minutes here. I'm just wondering. Okay, I'd like to go back to this position. Well, Anna Muzichuk meanwhile took on f5. No. Well, there is no time to go back. Yeah, f5, ef5, bishop f5. So now it's a crucial moment, I believe. G4 or not G4. Still somehow it doesn't look absolutely comfortable for black. Doesn't look absolutely comfortable, so even white may want to just to go to well, not like this, but rook c1. No, not rook c1, but rook d1. So just to go to the to attack this a7 pawn, we have 4th rank. Rook ad1, then rook d4, rook a4. That might be a possibility. As well, rook is ready to defend g pawn. We have 4th rank, so rook ad1, and might be a little bit unpleasant still. So which move to make for black here? Let us say bishop g6. Then rook is ready to be played via 5th rank to a5 possibly, then e5. So what I mean, black may want to play rook a5 just to weaken white's pawns here. So let's say rook d4 doesn't seem to work. Rook a5, and white will have to go back with the rook, because a4 takes away the square from the rook. Then rook e5 goes, black goes back, rook e5, and there is no a4 square available for white's rook. Well, and Kateryna Lagno, we can see, checking what goes on in the game of well, in the other game, in the game we are looking at. Well, so still not clear if white has anything serious, but I'm pretty much sure, and well, I'm not tired to say that this is exactly where Anna Muzichuk is looking for a way to win. I mean, it's an endgame, so she's really known for her endgame technique. So the knight f5, rook f5, f3. Still some slight chances for white to use this majority. Also, white is in possession of an e-file, but I'd say now it's rather unlikely to see any other result than a draw in this game. So it's pretty much simplified, and well, the player of Stefanova's caliber shouldn't normally have difficulties to defend this slightly. Okay, perhaps it's not even a worse position, but just with a little bit of inconveniences for black. So I'm moving once again to a game of Hou Yifan versus Muminova, just to find out how this one develops. As you probably remember, Hou Yifan sacrificed the pawn at an earlier stage. Well, and we went actually to the line I had been mentioning here. So b5, bishop a5 was played by Hou Yifan, queen e7, e4, knight b4, the nice move which I also mentioned during the previously being on that game. Bishop b4, cb4, knight e5. So knight is heading to c6. So what black did was queen g5. Well, actually, I'm not sure if black had to do this, but okay, black played queen g5, knight c6, e5. So making sure this bishop is coming out, and at the same time that white's bishop remains passive. Otherwise, well, would be problematic for black to make a move. By the way, here, so knight e7 was a threat. The e5 is practically forced. h4, queen f6, and we are arriving to present position. So our photographer is shown here with his huge camera. Yeah, queen f6, and well, not that easy for white to progress. I mean, black's bishop is... Oh, by the way, I have to mention that queen g3, of course, wasn't possible because of knight takes a7. So, well, this would be just a blunder for black. So queen f6. Black is... By the way, black is... Oh, well, I thought black is threatening bishop g4. Not really. But what black's going to do? Well, just develop the bishop, I believe. Bishop b7 or bishop e6. So I assume white has to take on b4 to restore the material balance. Then, yeah, bishop g4 doesn't seem to work. Simply taking, it's one check on f2, nothing serious. So take on b4. Well, black will probably play something like... well, not sure if e6 or b7. Maybe bishop b7. So, and then something like that seems to be a critical line. Rook goes to c7. Yeah, well, in this case, it's rather uncomfortable for black. Yeah, both rooks going to be applied to the 7th rank. Yeah, so this... I mean, rook c7, if queen b6, it's the other rook is coming. The rook b8 already turns to be the only move. Well, rather uncomfortable for black. Knight may jump to d5, forcing an exchange. No, I mean, with two rooks on 7th rank, it's normally you don't like to play like that. Well, so that means after knight b4, black will have to look for a precise way. For a precise way to meet white's invasion to d5. Well, if bishop d4 would be the move, then knight d5 might be answered with simple queen d8. Okay, this looks acceptable, by the way. This looks acceptable. It's not clear which piece is more efficient on an outpost, so this bishop on d4 is at least worth as much as white's knight on d5. So, furthermore, black may want to play bishop b7 just to capture this knight, block the well, appearing d5 pawn, the best pawn, blocking it safely, and once again, so should be, now it looks like black's gonna have decent counterplay, really. Well, just assuming that white's gonna take b4, which might be not forced, by the way. No, okay, come on, if knight b4, bishop d4, white may want to return. Yeah, so this, maybe bishop d4 is once again is not the best idea. White returns to c6, now wants to take on d4 and play e5. Yes. So knight b4. Yeah, actually, black's reaction is not clear. Black's reaction is not clear after knight d4, knight b4, knight d5. But Hou is thinking, though, that might as well mean that she's looking for alternatives. b3. This is interesting. She just plays b3 and, well, perhaps Hou's idea is that a black doesn't really have a... well, bishop e6 is possible. I mean, bishop e6 is available, so I'm not quite sure what does it mean, this b2, b3 move. First I thought it's, well, a sort of a Zugzwang for black, because, well, bishop b7 is rather inconvenient move. After takes, rook c7 going to be a deadly pin on 7th rank. But of course, if black just plays bishop e6, I don't see much of a trouble for black. Okay, white still can capture on b4, but should have done so one move earlier, I believe. Yeah, so it's not clear what exactly this is supposed to mean. The Muminova, meanwhile, is a little bit short on time. Still no big thing, 17 minutes plus increment, but I'm afraid few last moves before the time control she'll really she will have to make on a seconds. Well, so, well, now tracking back in this game, I'm really wondering what could have been an improvement for white, because well, after bishop a5, queen e7, it looks practically forced what happened in this game. So white decided to take, play knight e5, queen g5. By the way, queen f6 was possible as well. Queen f6 was possible as well, so not clear if queen g5 was the best one. Knight c6, e5, but well, h4 cannot really be called the winner of a tempo. So it's not really clear if pawn is better on h4 than on h2. Then this b3 is, as I said, is a little bit surprising to me. Unless white is, well, unless white has something here. I don't know, rook d6 doesn't seem to be convincing. No, well, this one I don't really believe. Well, yeah, that's an interesting question actually. So rook d6, it's not clear what to do for black as well. So still this knight on c6 is pretty much efficient. But okay, maybe black can play bishop b8. Not the well, such a challenging move, because rook simply can go away and bishop on b8 is rather passive, but no immediate benefits I can see for white from this b2, b3. Well, apart from winning a couple of minutes, because Muminova also seems to be surprised. Why is that white? Why exactly Yifan is played b2, b3? So rook d6, bishop b8. I mean, so this take, for instance, doesn't seem to bring anything. Okay, black is just fine. So b3, yeah, that's right. So bishop e6 I see to be, well, just a normal move, and well, not a lot of choices for black. Meanwhile, I mean, I don't see much of another moves. Though bishop d4, for instance, is just bad. Bishop b6, I thought, just to remove the bishop from a7, not to let white to change it, but then knight, probably white's gonna take b4 anyway, threatening rook c6. So this looks like a possibility to me. So it has some inner poison, this one, b2, b3, but well, the most natural bishop b6 seems to be acceptable for black. Meanwhile, Muminova's Muminova's time reduced to 13 minutes and some seconds, still without a single move being played. Well, we shall see. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. So particularly, I believe I'm missing something after bishop e6. Although, can't imagine really what. So, well, taking on b4 this time doesn't seem to be that dangerous. One of the rooks have to go to d or c8. I don't know, rook c8, let's say. So, I mean, this position, for instance, after knight d5 doesn't seem to be that dangerous. So take on c1. Oh well, perhaps it is. A little bit it is, yes. takes c1, then rook is coming to c6. Well, perhaps if white manages to get this pawn to d7 to defend it with the bishop, so if black cannot really block this d pawn, if pawn is getting to d7, then of course it's gonna be certain danger. So maybe it's not that simple. And after knight d5, well, it's not really easy for black to find other move apart from taking d5. So queen d8, for instance, would drop an exchange after knight c7, or else, well, black may think of sacrificing the queen. Actually, this one is possible. So take, and perhaps black has some compensation. Of course, it's nicer not to give any material, but perhaps this one is still acceptable for black. So f2 now becomes a target in white's camp. If rooks are exchanged, then a black may hope for a fortress, putting the bishop on d4, then somehow getting rid of this queenside pawns, but well, still not very much pleasant. So I'd say from a practical point of view, this p2 b3 was just a nice decision. I mean, taking away some 5 minutes of time from Muminova's clock. It's already an achievement. Well, so I think I'm gonna leave Muminova thinking and instead move to some other game. Well, and I'm really interested in what happened in Zhao Xue with Kosteniuk. The Zhao Xue with Kosteniuk, this English opening we saw recently. Well, yes, they are playing quite fast, as you can see, and it seems, well, still c7 pawn is still on its place. So, well, how it was 93 when we left them. So black decided to make one more preparational move, like queen b7. Well, looks a bit chaotic. Black's actions. Rook b1, h5. Okay, knight d1, knight g6, h4, stopping any possible attacking attempt with h-pawn. Yeah, you can see some, well, interesting expressions on Zhao Xue's face. So not really clear what it has to represent. Here mimics, but well, we shall see. So knight e8, knight g2, some maneuvering, bishop f6, bishop c3, rook i8, knight ge3 back, so a little bit strange movings, but I don't think it changes too much. So bishop c3, knight c3, knight d6. Well, actually, this exchange of bishops normally favors white, I would say. So if black still is still persistent in promoting this c pawn and allowing exchange of b and c pawns, so she will have one piece less to defend the pawn on b6. What else could be? I mean, what could be a continuation? And on the other hand, it's not a lot white can do. I mean, this central pawns doesn't seem to be really, so I mean, not that easy to set them in motion, so they are stuck there. Perhaps white has to try to simplify the position even more. I mean, perhaps getting rid of rooks gonna help, but still, yeah, so far I don't think white has any positive plan to win, unless forthcoming an opponent and a forthcoming time trouble is going to change things here. Yeah, so far doesn't look like white has serious chances to win. Yeah, indeed, this c7 is a little bit weak, but it's hard to imagine how white is planning to pressurize it. And so far, as I said, I don't see those pawns, I mean white's central pawns, to be set in motion. Well, just a second. Perhaps if I just try something like d4, something naughty. So that would be really nice if white manages to play d4 and d5. Let's say if black passes the move somehow, rook a7 for instance, then d5, and that would be, I'd say that would be an achievement for white. Well, Zhao Xue just made the move queen b3. Well, this way preventing c6 for a long while. So c6 now is answered with b captures c6, then queen takes b6 with extra pawn. Yeah, so still not that easy for both sides to find a positive plan, but since it's especially hard for Kosteniuk, I believe, because she's concrete player. She's looking for some for some action, for some concrete actions, and in this position white is so flexible, and no real threats black can create. So in spirit of Kosteniuk would be something like that. So knight e4, but I believe Zhao Xue is counting on that one. Knight e4. But when knights are changed, somehow it looks easier now for white to try to create a pressure on c7. Oh well, maybe still nothing special. Just there it goes to a7, and it's only one weakness. So shouldn't be too much for white really. In eventual endgame, for example, if white goes into an endgame, then this b5 pawn would be just as weak as c7, if not weaker. So, well, I don't see any serious advantage for Zhao Xue. So queen b3, and Kosteniuk continues to think. Switching then to some others. Well, Kosintseva with Lagno, this is interesting. Kosintseva with Lagno, just gonna open the position and wait for our guys to change the camera view. Yes, here we are both concentrated on the game, of course. From what I can see, yes, white sacrificed the pawn. Yes, before we saw, and as I said, after a moment of hesitation, white decided she has nothing else but just to sacrifice this pawn, of course. So queen d5, queen e2. Yeah, once again, I guess I've mentioned this move. Queen c6 instead of queen b7, but well, it's the same point. To be ready to met bishop e4 with d5, and as well to defend an a6 pawn. f4. Well, not quite sure, but okay. Bishop g7, castle, and white. Black went for castle as well, and this looks rather dangerous, I have to say, because after bishop f5, h6, rook a d1. So that is what was played. I can hardly imagine this king escaping the cage on the king side. As well, the bishop is rather passive, but well, rook a d1, and it looks rather straightforward. I mean, this position. So rook is coming to d3, g3. It's just a question if it's going to be enough for white, if white's gonna have enough power on the king side, because black cannot really do much. So d1, and as well, of course, white wants to play bishop e4 to settle this bishop to d5. So perhaps black has to play d5 herself. But in this case, I'd say rook's gonna be lifted to d3, eventually arriving to g3. Well, perhaps it's not easy to get black in this position. King goes back, and possibly king goes to h8, and possibly rook g8 is gonna be played. So maybe it's not easy to get black, but it's absolutely certain it's white who's going to try to, well, who got no questions about it. But once again, it's not clear what black is thinking. About, because d5 seems to be well, not even natural, but just an only move, I'd say. Because if well, something like rook d8 perhaps, and if you want to play bishop e4, black's gonna play check, and then due to this check, going to unblock the pawn. So rook a d8 is a possibility, but of course opportunity to play rook d3 is still there. Rook d3, rook g3. Well, looks like a dangerous attack, but as I said, I'm not sure. Okay, let us check once again. Rook a d1, d5. And okay, would be nice to build up a battery, queen in front of a bishop, but somehow white just didn't got enough squares here. So even rook d3, e4, the ambitious e4 doesn't seem to lose. Just king h8. And well, the other rook is not arriving. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy. So, well, h6 is a sort of a weak point in black's camp, but it takes too much time to arrive to h6. I'd say, well, okay, queen g4, queen h5 perhaps. Yeah, there is a line like that. Queen g4, rook g8, queen h5. And then if black is not accurate, if black wants to defend this one, well, I don't know, rook a7 or something, then rook g... well, actually rook a7 is a nice move. I thought rook g6 might be the case, but after rook a7, black plays bishop f8, and this rook is just nicely placed here. So defense a7, h7, defense h7, so like this. So it's not that easy to get to black's king after d5. So I wonder if there is anything else left for white apart from this one. Well, white shouldn't be really risking, shouldn't be really, there shouldn't be any risk of a loss for white, I believe. So it's still, well, no, I wasn't actually right. Black played rook e8. Thought this is curious. Rook f to e8. So black wants maybe to take on f4, just to open up the position. And I'm really curious what happens now in case of bishop e4. So it's gonna be check on c5, that's I'm sure. King, let us say king h1. And then, okay, if black's gonna move the rook, then after bishop d5, despite winning a second pawn, let's say, okay, it's not really winning, but well, it looks rather depressive. This bishop is practically dead on g7. Still white has a majority on the queen side, particularly in this case white may think of taking a6 or just playing queen h5. So possibly black is planning to give a check and then immediately take on f4, but it doesn't seem to be too different. If white just moves queen, rook goes back. As I said, I don't see white risking here, let's say. Even bishop d3 is possible, then white's gonna take this one on f4. So I'm not sure about this decision of Kateryna Lagno to let white to take control over the central squares. Well, and Kosintseva is thinking, still 11 minutes left for, well, to make another 20 moves. So once again, might be, at certain point, it might be a time trouble in this game. So anything else we have to take a look at? Well, a game between Olga, Girya and Ushenina is pretty much simplified, I have to say. So shortly is gonna switch to this one. Yeah, we saw this game, right? Well, somewhere around here. Yeah, I guess we were here when we left them. And then, uh, as I said, after b4, I would be thinking with white about not trying to push too much, but instead just go for our simplifications. When Girya decided to play a4, it might be, as I said, might be a little bit suspicious decision, because after taking, playing knight c5, it's already black who is, well, already black is a side to prefer, I'd say. Knight 4 f3, f6, and somehow, well, white is already a little bit more comfortable. The g4, trying to get some control here, king g7, and both those knight on f3, bishop on h4 are a little bit, well, a little bit out of play, a little bit too far from a queen side. Well, king f1, king e6, bringing king to the center, then knight g1. So we are shown the clock of Anna Ushenina. So you can figure out, by the way, you can figure out a delay in our transmission, not a huge one, just few seconds between an electronic clock and the clock we just saw on the screen. Well, knight g1, trying to relocate this poor horse from f6 to, but well, it's not actually easy to spot the nice place for this knight. Meanwhile, well, I'm not sure if what black has to do. Possibly just try to, well, to get some. Well, I just thought, what happens in case of anti-positional g5 in this case? G5 and h5. Trying to, well, because f-pawn cannot move right away. White's f-pawn cannot move, so white is practically forced to play h3. Then let's say h4, bishop h2, and indeed white, black fixes her own pawns on a, well, wrong dark squares, I'd say. So with presence of dark bishops, dark squared bishops, you would prefer to put your pawns on light squares. But at the same time, I mean, this bishop on h2 seems to be, well, constantly out of play for a long time. Then black might want to, well, so just we are shown that one of our games of today is finished. And I believe it's a draw between Muzichuk and Stefanova, so just for a second it's going to... Yeah, indeed. So the bottom position is a game of Muzichuk with Stefanova, so they've just repeated like that. They've repeated the position. It's a draw, so Muzichuk failed really to use an advantage of white pieces. Well, back to... So we're gonna have a press conference of those two in few minutes. Meanwhile, we still have one game which is not highlighted during this hour. So right before this press conference, maybe I'm gonna have a chance to see the game of Batchimeg Tuvshintugs versus Nana Dzagnidze. So this the one we didn't spoke about yet. While once again it became very, well, became very complicated and looks, well, at the moment looks a bit dangerous for Dzagnidze. So just a short look on this one, and we shall see, I believe we shall see a press conference of the ladies who just finished their game in a draw. So we are following them. And meanwhile, so it's interesting, I mean, it was Stefanova and Muzichuk on our screen, then at the upper diagram we still have Girya with Ushenina, at the bottom it's Batchimeg with Dzagnidze. So well, so already cannot track back. I think we have to figure out what goes on now. So again, Batchimeg with Dzagnidze. So the bottom diagram here. Bishop d6, so it's white to move. Yeah, finally we are shown. Well, I can hardly say what's going on the clock unless I'll be shown. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for Batchimeg to Tuvshintugs. Well, even number of pawns, but this d7 is about to fall. d7 pawn is about to fall here. Well, not easy to say what goes on. Still, I believe white has really nice counterplay here, of course. With some c5 ideas, and I'm wondering if queen a2 at once might be the move. So creating some... well, yeah, bishop takes e4 is not possible. c5 is the threat. Bishop c5, on the other hand, might be a possibility. Yeah, it's really hard to say, but yeah, so this was the last move, let's say, bishop d6. Well, don't see... Well, it's all about this pawn on d7. If pawn on d7 will not survive, yeah, and it seems to be that is what's going on. So h2, h3, at least to stop g4. Yeah, well, that's right. Maybe it's not that depressing, even if white... if black takes d7, yeah, at the moment white may think of taking e5, not only g5. So g5 is hanging, of course, but maybe, yeah, to include c5 first. Yeah, that's right. Maybe queen d7 maybe is not possible at all. Yeah, to take this one to give a check and take on g5, and that might be dangerous for black actually. So well, so now we're gonna have a press conference of Anna Muzachuk and Antoaneta Stefanova, and coming back right after.
Tournament for sure for you, Antoaneta.
Yes, it is.
Can you please tell us what happened? How did you manage to finish it so quickly?
No, I don't know. I was, although playing black, I was quite happy with my position after. Okay, I mean, I didn't expect this line with knight takes c6 and bishop d3, but
Несмотря на то, что я играла сегодня черными, я была, в принципе, рада. Ну, мне нравилась позиция, которую я получила. Я не ожидала варианта с конь c6, но здесь, в этой позиции...
I think here queen g3 was just mistake for white, because it's after queen h6 is just a bit more difficult for white to develop, because there is no knight d2.
Я думаю, что ошибка была ферзь g3, потому что после ферзя 6 белым сложнее как бы развиваться, потому что здесь уже нет хода конь d2.
No, and how we were discussing with Anna after the game, maybe here I shouldn't take on d3, just.
И мы обсуждали с Аней после партии, может быть, здесь мне не надо было бить на d3, просто сделать рокировку.
Okay, rook b8, yes, with or without rook b8. I'm not sure, because there was some moves with bishop g4 also here, but it was never clear if it's better for me to include this bishop g4 or just keep it on c8.
То есть, может быть, стоило еще где-то слон g4 пойти, но никогда непонятно, стоило включать этот ход или нет.
But somehow I missed just this idea with knight f1. I thought that white has to play with knight f3, and then okay, I have very nice attack with g5, g4. You know, I had already nice dreams. But yeah, after knight f1, I realized that okay, queen e3 is coming, and okay.
Вот в этот момент, на самом деле, я думала, что белые обязаны пойти конь f3, и пропустила идею с конь f1. У меня уже в голове были такие варианты после конь f3, как g5, g4, вот такие уже мечты. Но после конь f1, на самом деле, белые следующим ходом играют ферзь e3, у них, в принципе, все в порядке. Yes, Anna, what can you say about this game and also opening?
Okay, I played something strange, yeah, because I didn't like my position already after a few moves. So maybe already bishop e3 is not precise. Maybe I should have played h3, I don't know. Because I thought for a long time here, and I just did something wrong. Because here, yeah, I think black is already better. And
Я думаю, что здесь действительно у черных
I was
немного
happy
лучше.
when Antoaneta took on d3, because I really didn't know what to do after castle.
Я была рада, когда Антуанета забрал на d3, потому что после рокировки непонятно уже, что делать было.
Played knight d2, also after knight a3 there is queen f6, was threatened to take on c3 and knight h3.
Здесь уже грозит конь d3.
So, I don't know, maybe I have to go back with the bishop to f1.
Yeah, maybe
Может быть, стоило слон f1
But then
уже
you have
пойти.
like c5, bishop b7, f5, I don't know.
У черных есть план с c5, слон b7, f5.
Yeah, f5, but okay. I mean, yes, it looks more pleasant for black. If there is something special or not, I don't know. But yes, for sure, this knight d3 was a mistake. Because after that, I mean, there is maybe even white. I don't know if we can say that white is slightly better in the endgame. Maybe it's just draw, but for sure, black has nothing anymore.
Да, я чувствую, что конь d3, в принципе, это была ошибка, потому что уже вот после этого, даже нельзя сказать, может быть, даже уже у белых где-то немножко лучше, но тут сложно судить, но то, что у черных уже не лучше, это точно. And just one question to Anna also, at the end, do you need to change queens or you can keep them? I mean, did you think about this, to
Like
keep
here?
queens on the board?
Yeah, I thought like playing h3 and but I think that black is attacking and I didn't like this that I have some threats near my king. So because for example if I play this, let's say this and I don't know, rook e5 and then again some f5 or I mean and the knight on g3 is not well placed, so I think queen e3 was okay.
На самом деле можно было сохранить ферзей, но в принципе у черных сохраняются какие-то атакующие идеи, и я смотрела альтернативу хода h3, но черный ходит ладья e8, ладья e5, то есть у них все в порядке здесь, в этой позиции. And this endgame is just drawn, right?
Okay, after f5, yeah, because if black doesn't play f5, then probably I can be a little bit better because this bishop can be not so active, let's say. And I can play f3, then d4 and so on. But after f5, I think it's just draw.
На самом деле черные сделали очень точный ход f5, после чего уже ничья, то есть меняются слон на конь, потому что в некоторых позициях я могу пойти где-то e4, f3, и как бы вот слон может стать плохим. Ну а здесь как бы после этого меняются фигуры и ничья. Okay.
Question for both of you. How did you spend your rest day yesterday? And was it good just to relax and not really think so much about chess just for the day?
I think it's always great to have a free day. Doesn't matter really what you do during it. But okay, I was relaxing. Went to the shopping center just to improve a bit my mood. And yeah, it was nice. Nothing special, but it was nice to have a free day. And I wish we would have more often those days.
Всегда очень хорошо, когда есть выходные на турнире, и не важно, что ты делаешь, главное, что ты как бы отдыхаешь. И вчера я пошла в шопинг-центр для того, чтобы немножко улучшить свое настроение. Вот, вообще хотелось бы, чтобы таких дней всегда было побольше. А как насчет... What about Anna? Did you also go to shopping center? And does it help you to improve your mood to go to shopping centers?
No, I didn't go to the shopping center yesterday. We went for excursion, as you know, so it was nice because I am already the third time in Khanty-Mansiysk and I almost knew nothing about the city, so it was really pleasant to go and to see what they have here.
На самом деле я не ходила вчера ни на какой шопинг, мы поехали на экскурсию. Я уже третий раз в Ханты-Мансийске, и было на самом деле приятно увидеть что-то в городе. What exactly did you like during this excursion? What was your favorite place, sightseeing?
Okay, probably when we took pictures near the mountains.
Ну, мамонты, в принципе, понравились, и фотосессия возле мамонтов.
Вы долгое время проводите на турнирах. Есть ли у вас дома домашние животные и какие самые любимые экзотические животные? Ну, что вам больше всего нравится? Какие животные? Вот, возможно, экзотика, возможно, что-нибудь простое.
You have a lot of. You are traveling a lot, but do you have any pets in at your home? And which animals, pets you like?
Oh, I don't have any animals at home because really, I mean, I'm out of home more than half of the year, so it's not possible to take care of any pet. But okay, I love animals. From the normal ones, I prefer dogs. And otherwise, okay, I love all animals, especially the big ones like tigers, panthers, elephants. So maybe one day I'll have some animals.
Some of them.
Some of them.
На самом деле я путешествую больше, где около полугода, и поэтому невозможно как бы иметь домашних животных из-за этого. Но из таких домашних животных я бы назвала собак, которые мне нравятся. А вообще мне нравятся большие животные. Это вот слоны, тигры, пантеры. Надеюсь, когда-то у меня появится кто-то из них или слон.
Настя, вот это translation.
Когда-нибудь появится животное. Это уже я пошутила, что может кто-то из этих больших. Анна?
Currently I don't have, but I had a parrot for some years and it was nice. But almost all my friends have some pets, and so I am used to that.
У меня сейчас нет как бы домашних животных, но до этого у меня был попугай, и сейчас, ну, в принципе, у моих друзей есть животные. By the way, I think all of us we know that Anant, sometimes they call him Tiger from Madras, and that Carlson likes crocodiles. What about you? Which animal you think you can be compared to?
Compared to, I don't know, I hope it will not be something horrible. I don't know.
Anna?
I think women would prefer to be compared to some other things, not crocodiles so much, I mean.
Yes.
I don't know, I never thought about this.
На самом деле, как бы, я надеюсь, что у меня нет такого животного, на которое я хотела быть похожа. Я думаю, что женщины должны быть похожи как бы не на животных, не с животными должны сравниваться. Анны тоже нет такого животного.
У меня такой вопрос. Сразу можно мне вопрос? Это так более серьезный у меня вопрос, конечно. Вы обе верующие или нет?
Are you religious?
Yeah.
Да, нет, я почему, я неспроста задал этот вопрос. Дело в том, что вчера у нас в стране, ну, здесь неважно, вы католички или православные, отмечалось вербное воскресенье. Хоть у вас выходной, это как бы у нас это для нас это очень важный праздник. Это. И сейчас с этого дня начался у нас очень строгий пост. Ну, наверное, в курсе, да? Вы, ну, отсюда вопрос такой напрашивается. Вы соблюдаете пост и планируете ли вы отметить Пасху, нашу православную или католическую? Она в этом году совпадает.
Well, in any case, in Bulgaria we are also православные, so I think it's always the same time.
Да.
Ну, я греко-католической веры, но как бы праздники совпадают с праздником.
So, well, I mean, Easter is my favorite holidays, and okay, I'm a bit sad that I will not be with my family and friends, but okay, I hope here also we can go to the church and do something about it.
В Болгарии мы тоже православные, и Пасха мой любимый праздник на самом деле. И мне жаль, что я не проведу его с друзьями и с семьей, но думаю, что здесь мы тоже пойдем в церковь и как-то отметим этот праздник. Она сказала, что она принадлежит греко-католической церкви, но праздники совпадают. В этом году, да.
Ну, не совсем в этом, просто все совпадают с православными всегда, как бы. Ну, что касается вчера, то вот у нас во время экскурсии мы тоже заезжали в церковь, ваша очень красивая, как бы тоже так немножко отметили. Вот. Ну да, жаль, что не будем с семьей, с друзьями на Пасху, но я помню, на одном турнире мы тоже отмечали, Antoaneta рассказывала некоторые их традиции. Так что, думаю, можно будет повторить традиции. Нет, да, мы как раз совмещали, делились, так сказать.
Опытом празднования. Окей, спасибо огромное за ваши ответы.
Welcome back after the press conference. Hope you enjoyed, well, the ladies' story about the game and had the free day as well. And meanwhile, we have a lot of events still going on in today's round. And, well, I think just the game which I diagnosed as to be the most calm and well, getting to a drawish position is completely changed. And I'm speaking now about the game of Olga Girya versus Anna Ushenina. Well, first of all, the situation on the clock is really, the time is decreased, so it's that arriving to a time trouble stage, it's of course, well, going to be tense here, and well, I believe Black may have a chance to claim an advantage here. So this one we saw King e6, Knight g1, so Ushenina proceed with Rook d8, Knight e2, Bishop e7 and e4 from Olga Girya was answered with Knight c3 by Anna Ushenina. Knight c3, well, f2, f3 has been played. So, I mean, if in case of Knight c3, bc3, White would find it hard to move this knight, so e4 pawn would have failed. So f3 is called for to, well, defend the pawn on e4. Then perhaps White is looking as he's gonna try to take on c3, and as well this bishop is returning to play on f2 or possibly e1. So if, well, I assume Black has chances here, but well, to show, well, I mean, to win this game, Black has to react quickly, otherwise if White manages to consolidate, it's gonna be really tough for Black. Well, I'm just wondering if something like exchange sacrifice on d2 could work. So take b3, and well, it looks like Black's gonna take the other one on a4 as well. So if, well, in case of, oh well, perhaps Rook b2 is a possibility here. Yeah, not that easy. Rook b2, but then Knight d4. Yeah. So I mean, it's sort of worrisome for White. I mean, the only one pawn for an exchange at the moment, but well, maybe in this case White will. Yeah, White has this check. White has this check, and pawn's gonna be stopped. Still, it's sharp, I believe. So something like Bishop d6, for instance. Bishop e1, c2. So this c6 square is controlled. c6 square is controlled, and after Bishop d2, White may take on the pawn. Well, another game is finished meanwhile. Hou Yifan with Muminova, and well, let me quickly check what happened there. So somehow I missed even. Well, so White won the game. I believe we're gonna have a press conference as well. b3, this tricky b3 which we were speaking about. Somehow Black, for some reason, didn't play Bishop e6, refrained from, and fell into this trap with the pin on the 7th rank. The one which I said was very hard to release, so really just a miss from Muminova. Queen e3, Queen c5, and that was finished nicely with Queen takes f8. Yeah, but, well, of course, a decisive mistake. Okay, a5 wasn't really a bad move. A5 was sort of okay, but after Rook c3, b5 started to be hanging, so even a5 wasn't really a move. I mean, Bishop e6 normally, of course, should have been played. Still, I'm not sure about the reason why not to play bishop e6 here. Yeah, so this is the final position of Hou with Muminova. Well, knight, nice, queen takes f8, set an end to this game. So once again, back to Ushenina with Girya, while girls are arriving to a press conference. Hou with Muminova. It's gonna be press conference of Hou with Muminova. Meanwhile, just not to miss this one. So that's a current situation here. While Ushenina didn't sacrifice an exchange, but instead went for rook d3, and still it looks rather unpleasant for black, I have to say. Apparent for white, of course. Yeah, looks rather unpleasant for white. Rook d3, what? For instance. Well, not quite sure what's gonna happen. Well, so we're gonna have another press conference of Hou Yifan, who seemed to extend her lead today by overtaking Muminova.
Advertisement now. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our press center. We have Hou Yifan and Nafisa Muminova with us. Hou Yifan won against Nafisa. And can you please tell us what happened today? Again, you choose c4. So now we know what's your main weapon here.
Well, let's see. Okay. And it's main line is 92. And there are a few games, and I was. I was also played with black once before. Okay, so...
Здесь было несколько партий, то есть я так уже играла.
There's some games with the exchange the knight. And
здесь несколько партий с разменом коней.
Yeah, there must be some compensation for white since this, the pressure of the queen side.
Здесь компенсация у белых есть из-за давления на ферзевом фланге.
Okay. Start from here, maybe there's a series of only moves, looks like.
Я думаю, что здесь вот, начиная отсюда, здесь единственные ходы пошли. I mean, you started to play by your own, no theory.
Yes. Yeah, but this just quite normal moves,
Ну, все это обычные ходы, нормальные ходы.
Yeah, I just wanted to give the file for the double rooks and,
Я же перевожу. Здесь я пошла ферзь d2 для того, чтобы соединить ладьи. Судья пойти ладья d1.
But I don't know where, it's not that correct.
Я не знаю, где здесь как-то я неправильно пошла. Did you think here to play e4 immediately?
Yes, and if
Думали ли вы здесь пойти e4 сразу?
Take? No?
Yes.
And I think.
Bishop c3, maybe.
But the bishop is just here.
Take on d5.
And the queen. No, not queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yeah.
What is this kind of position? It's
better for white?
I don't know. It's hard to say, but have you thought about this plan, this variation?
Wow. There's some similar variation, and since this bishop is not work-list right now, so and this double pawn, well, not useless, but
yes.
Just this one.
Я смотрела похожие варианты. Здесь действительно получше за счет того, что слон как бы вне игры и сдвоенной пешки.
Yeah, maybe white is better.
But is it enough to win? Or
I don't
not
know.
Clear, yeah?
I think not that easy since
Ну не так просто для победы.
Okay. for knight b4. Take. Knight e5.
Actually, what are you planning for knight f6 there?
I mean here.
Yes.
Что ты планировала, если бы я пошла конь f6 здесь? Спросила Нафиса.
e5.
But then knight d5.
Yeah.
После опять конь d5 назад.
e5, knight d5, then bishop d5.
Take.
And knight b6.
This one?
Yes. Bishop b6, bishop
c4.
c4, and rook d5. Yes. Bishop b7. Oh, I thought here bishop c5, but it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, just
Queen
queen
c7.
c7.
Rook d6 then.
But
Maybe I have
with
to go
this-
to this position.
Yeah.
Возможно, мне стоило пойти на эту позицию.
Because after knight f6, I mean, you have to move e5, right?
Мне
Otherwise,
кажется, что после конь f6 нужно уже ходить e5,
Yes,
и
or
мы
maybe-
попадаем в этот
otherwise
вариант.
black also e5.
e5, yes.
Then this position, I think it was better.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw this position.
Я видела эту позицию. But why did you decide to choose another one?
Knight b4 seems better.
Казалось, что конь b4 лучше.
Yeah, but okay, but maybe in the game it's still fine. I mean, okay.
Я думаю,
maybe
может
this
быть,
one
в
is
партии
more
там не так
clear,
все
but-
плохо было. Do you think here white has enough compensation for this,
I mean,
for the pawn?
compensation, I think enough, but maybe not easy to get advantage. Okay, but maybe not a5.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just
just the
bishop
bishop e6.
e6.
I didn't see any plan for white too.
Может быть, вместо
knight
опять слон
b4.
e6.
Or just something like this, huh? Okay, so maybe this one first.
Then rook c6. Knight d5.
This one? With knight c7, queen d7.
Конь c7, слон ферзь d7. То есть был возможен другой вариант.
Then rook a6.
Отдать пешку на b4.
Oh, no, rook c7.
Yeah, since this d4 bishop is just very powerful.
Я думаю, что вот этот слон на d4 очень сильный здесь.
I'm not sure.
Okay. If cool, bishop b6, knight d5 here.
Take with pawn or rook.
This pawn.
But this one.
I didn't like this position, that's why I moved a5.
Мне не нравилась эта позиция, поэтому я и
Yeah, with
пошла
rook
опять.
c6, maybe some initiative here.
А после d6 может быть какая-то инициатива
Because
сохраняется.
always I have to go to this position if I don't move a5.
Yes,
After knight
yes.
b4.
Если я не хожу опять, тогда получится вот такая позиция. Она мне не нравилась.
Yeah, but then a5, I mean, this b5 pawn is not in. I mean, if it's no, then in the position, but I didn't see any defense.
You didn't see any defense here for black.
I mean,
Did
I mean,
I-
how to equal the position?
Mhm.
Okay, I mean, black can still can play for sure, but I
Mm.
thought maybe white is better here.
Я не видела за черных после этого уже как уравнивать позицию. То есть здесь уже, мне кажется, у белых лучше.
And of course, this bishop b7. I mean, after exchanging rook c7, it's almost since this is seventh rank. Yes.
And so could black do something instead to defend?
Yeah. You mean here?
Yes, in this position. Могли ли как-то защититься черные? Потому что после слон b7 уже как бы позиция проиграна. По крайней мере, Yifan не видела уже с черных защиты. Очень сильная связка.
I'm just going to take this pawn with this double.
Maybe still bishop
with
e6.
this one?
Может быть, слон на 6.
D7?
d7.
Then bishop b6.
No, but this is gonna be knight e7, rook c6.
Да, но после конь e7, ладья c6 тут совсем как-то.
Or you can try this one.
Может быть, слон d4.
But it's the same.
e5.
Но тут в любом случае то же самое.
Вчера был выходной день, вот на турнире несколько слов о том, как вы его провели. Помогло ли вам это восстановить силы? И в продолжении, есть ли у вас какая-то обязательная программа на выходной день на любом турнире? То есть что вы обязательно должны сделать в свой выходной день? Спасибо.
Yesterday there was a free day, and what did you do during this day? Did you manage to recover, let's say? And what is a program for every free day you have during the tournament? Maybe you have something special you should do for sure.
Not really. I mean, I just rest and do some of my, assignments from university and also read some books like that. I mean, it's just like, the rest day for relaxing. So nothing special.
Просто выходной день.
My apologies, we had to interrupt the press conference because the games remaining here are still very tense and in the time trouble stage. I mean, so a lot of things we are about to miss, and particularly the game on our screen, Ushenina with Olga Girya. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, this one. So, well, I thought it might have been a chance for Ushenina to sacrifice an exchange here on d2. So just going to illustrate quickly, as I said, so rook b2, knight d4. It does look like a chance for black. Well, especially let's say in this line, take, and then a4 is hanging, so black's gonna get a lot of passed pawns here. But instead, black played rook d3, and I also said this, and possibly missing white's knight c1, rook d7, bishop f2. So now bishop is back into play and doesn't seem to be dangerous anymore for white. So especially after Ushenina's knight b7. So, well, I'd say a passive move, and don't really believe it might be something for black after this one. So knight e2 has been played, and they started to repeat moves. So, well, it's actually first time this position arose. That's a second time. That's a third time already. Yeah, so they are repeating, and well, Olga Girya stops the clock and asks for an arbiter. So threefold repetition, and a draw is agreed in this game. So I'm still curious, I'm tracking a little bit back, just still curious to see if this exchange sacrifice would have worked. Because, well, it's clear they decided not to. Well, meanwhile I can see other girls are signing at the back of our screen. It's Zhao Xue with Kosteniuk. They are also finishing the game. They are finished the game. So just curious what's happened there. Yeah, Zhao with Kosteniuk. It's a draw. I believe it's a perpetual check. So another game is finished. So which makes it well all draws with only Hou Yifan scoring a win so far, and 2 more games in progress. 2 more games in progress. Batchimeg Tuvshintugs against Dzagnidze and Kosintseva with Lagno. I wonder what goes on in those games. So that's Kosintseva with Lagno, and this one seems to be just a draw. So I don't see much chances for either player here. So it's gonna be a kind of well, a peaceful round we have today, and only Hou Yifan who scored a win. So G4, well, nothing really to speak about. So just gonna track back to see what happened in this game after rook e8. Well, white took on e5. Check. King goes back and rook e5. So this is a great decision, I believe, by Kateryna Lagno. Not to try to improve a pawn structure, but instead to activate pieces and, well, to exchange as much as possible. Yeah, rook d3. So the situation is like that. Okay, white's position looks attractive, but it's hard really to add more woods into a fire, because after rook d3, black immediately went to swap all the rooks. And of course you cannot expect much from here. Takes, check on e5, and, well, Lagno simply took on f5, and this endgame is absolutely drawish, I would say. So they played few more moves. G4, king e7, king g3. Well, and they, for such a simple position, they just have enough time. So I don't see any problem for either side in this position. Well, it's black who has an extra pawn, but it's really hard to say if black is trying something for win. So basically, of course, it's just equal. But in, well, white, I also cannot believe that white's gonna be persistent in trying something. So this is objectively just going to be another draw today. So switching to the other one, Batchimeg with Dzagnidze, just to figure out what happened there. Well, still a lot of moves to be made, and this one looks much more sharp. So, well, Dzagnidze, it seems to me Dzagnidze found her way out of trouble, and now it looks like she's going to win this one. So poor Mongolian player will still remain on half a point. So, well, we saw this one h3, right? So I'll track back fast. So bishop c6. Well, and Dzagnidze decided to take this one with the bishop. So c5, bc5, bishop b5. At least ensuring an exchange of a bishop. Queen b3, queen f7, takes h6, and now it looks like white cannot do anything. White cannot do anything. So d7 pawn is going to be lost. By the way, I wonder if knight e5 was possible. Okay, not time to really investigate. Rook d5, queen d3, and eventually black took the pawn. Knight e5, queen a4, knight c4, check on a1, queen a2, and, well, knight d2. The move knight d2 I really don't like, is after c4, queen c1, rook b8, e5. So this is a current situation. Queen c1, rook b8, g3, rook b2, and e5. Well, so they're playing pretty fast now. It's move number 34. e5 is white's 34th move, so still more moves to be played. Well, it looks like black is supposed to have a decisive strike somewhere, but just not sure which exactly move to make. Well, it depends if black may play bishop b4, so that's a That's gonna be my question. Bishop b4, rook c4, and then, okay, in case of bishop d2, check on e4 is gonna be rather unpleasant, but maybe rook d2 works. So white has lost a piece, and after this check it's only one check, so check and king h8, and basically it has to be all over. Yeah, still a couple of checks here, check and check on e4, but then g6. This seems to finish the game at once. Well, perhaps still some. I know, not really. No. Okay, this one is just winning for. So e5, and it seems after e5, bishop b4 wins. At least I don't see any other options for white apart from taking c4. I don't know if something like, well, no, e6 is not enough. I'm pretty much sure. So bishop b4 looks like a winning move, but of course it's not easy, and as you can see, seconds are running on Dzagnidze's clock. c3 instead. So c3, well, simplifies things a bit. c3, what white can do here? Perhaps just take c3 when queen takes d5 to take b2. And well, here white still has some chances to escape. Let's say bishop e5, queen c2 check, and black's king is a little bit exposed, so it won't be that easy for black. A little bit weaker king, and well, still has to be winning, I believe. So just king h8 and slowly but surely improving the position. Yeah, simplified a bit, and at the same time they are reaching the time control. So, well, doesn't seem to be problematic. The king h8, yes, indeed played. So it's move 37, but they've got some increment, so enough time to think a bit. Well, I'd say, well, it's really crucial for white to try to, well, there is no perpetual, so that's white's problem, but white may try to go for a queen's endgame with queen f5. So this one might be an interesting try. So after queen d2 there is no perpetual, as I said, but maybe still white has to try a couple of checks, and only after black plays g6, otherwise there is no way to escape those checks. So when black plays g6, only then to take on e5. So that's gonna be very good chance, I believe, to make a draw, because, well, black's king shelter is not really, I mean, okay, the king is rather weak, so it's gonna be hard for black to organize a movement of c pawn. So it's gonna be very good chance for white to escape if she plays queen f5. Otherwise this, well, famous combination of knight and queen, but somehow this knight lacks stable squares, and okay, after knight e4, of course, still the game is on, but I'm afraid she won't be given a second chance. So bishop goes to d4, then c7, c5 is gonna be played, and well, it's good. White's gonna find it hard to stop this pawn. Yeah, as I said, okay, nicely located knight on e4, but practically no safe square for this knight. Well, black has got a plan finally, just moving this pawn forth, c5, c4, and so on. And well, knight d2 back, yes. So just to make any moves, but not to, I mean, just not to lose on time. So that is what I think about those moves of Batchimeg. Well, still c5, and well, I'm just thinking about the other possible exchange. Because I mean, white won't be able to keep a blockade like that. Okay, she may try, but it's really, really tough. I mean, queen comes to f3, and already here it's hard to... Well, queen f3 looks like it finishes the game, by the way, yeah. g3, the pawn on g3 is hanging because of this pin on f-pawn. So after king f1, white is gonna lose another pawn on h-file. That's practically hopeless. So after knight d2, c5, what white may want to try is to play queen c4, so that queen e4, pardon, so to try to change queens. Because in this position, with black king being still far, maybe white has a chance, but not really. Yeah, king g8, king f1, king comes there, and okay, and black is just in time to d5. Yeah, this one is lost. This one is, well, so white is not even able to set a blockade on c4, so c5 seems to be a move to win for Nana. So I don't know what she's thinking about. Well, any other possibilities? Well, it's a little bit strange. I mean, her will not to move this, but okay, queen f7, attacking f2. Well, perhaps she's hoping for a little trick. If white plays knight b2, then bishop f2 seems to work. So maybe that is her idea. Then queen takes, and there is no perpetual because black has queen g8. The black has queen g8, and well, it will be much easier, of course, to win this queen's endgame with white king being exposed. So after bishop f2, knight e4 back from white, knight e4 back. And well, this one, I'm afraid it's a little bit too much, because after something like queen f3, white will not move anymore. I mean, so this knight is not moving, and well, it's going to be a zugzwang sooner or later. So basically white has just a couple of moves here. So queen c6 is not possible as well. No, c5 she played. Yeah, that's surprising. Knight e4, c5. Now at least black has to secure f3 square, but still seems lost, of course. Seems lost, yeah. So basically it's a, well, spectacular indication of a principle of two weaknesses, right? So one weakness is a weakness for white, is black's best pawn on c file. The other one, I would name it like a weakness of the king, okay, particularly f2 pawn, but the whole castle position, I mean, it's f2, g3 is rather weak. So after, well, but the so that was move 40 c5. So they, of course, they're gonna take a. They're gonna think for a while in this position. I mean, it's changed pretty much. Well, it's changed pretty much. The move 40. And well, in the other game, Kosintseva with Lagno, I believe it's already also move 40. That's right. As well, they just, I mean, I saw Lagno has right from the game, so that means they also arrived to time control. Well, actually, some things happened there in Lagno with Kosintseva. Well, Kosintseva with Lagno, to be precise. So this endgame, well, still it's a dead draw, of course, but just something has happened. Okay, Lagno for some reason decided to give this pawn. Don't see a reason why, but okay, king f5, bishop c3, so sort of escaping with the bishop out from the cage. So h4, f6, king g6, bishop e1. So that means Lagno just builds up a fortress. The white can win one pawn here by playing h5, but after bishop d2 this one will be of no importance, because okay, black blocks it safely, and well, as we spoke about those two weaknesses, so this time there is no second weakness available for white. No way to get to a5, for instance, and still the pawn on a5, even if by a miracle king somehow, I mean, moving couple of times as a knight, arrives to b5, still after bishop d8 black is safe. So basically the game is already decided to be a draw, but still, of course, I believe Kosintseva is going to try a couple of dozens moves or more, just to, well, you know, if you have an advantage still, it's nice to try to go for it, although of course objectively there is not much left to play. So exactly after move 40, Tatiana Kosintseva is thinking, well, just thought, that there is g5. Just understood it might become dangerous for Lagno. So that's why actually Kosintseva is thinking g5, and well, h pawn becomes very, very dangerous. I mean, in this case, when f takes g5, h5, black is black is in time to create her own pawn. Yeah, it's not clear for whom it's going to be dangerous then. Yeah, that's right, and king comes to the other side. So black's gonna be ready to just give the bishop for his pawn, give the bishop for an h pawn, and just run with the king. Yeah, this one is of course a try, this g5, but nothing serious really. I thought about this breakthrough, the g5 and h5, and if only white would be in time to put the bishop on g4, it might be another story, but of course g4 would be played, and if bishop takes, okay, actually bishop d2 is another option. So if king h6, then g4 and g3, bishop h3. So this one shouldn't be any risk for white, for black, pardon. Shouldn't be any risk. It looks like. So that might be a try, like g5, but brings nothing as well. So I'm just wondering which game's gonna be finished first. I believe in both of them, well, the result is more or less clear. It's Nana Dzagnidze who's, well, in my opinion, is going to win, and this one, which is at our screen, is going to finish in a draw. Again, quite a peaceful round as for our tournament, with only 2 decided games. Well, unless something happens in those 2 games remaining. So, well, it's a bit too early to speak about the result of overall result of the round, but it's already clear that Hou Yifan won back her 1-point lead. Hou Yifan won back her 1-point lead. The nearest pursuer, Muzichuk, didn't manage to get anything serious against Stefanova, while Hou Yifan won against Nafisa Muminova. Well, still no move from Tatiana Kosintseva. Well, in either case, I mean, it's a draw, so just, well, she takes her time, after time trouble to think. Well, I believe it's gonna take few more minutes for them to make the move, and it's just a typical situation. After after the move 40, after getting this extra half an hour. So they like to think and to calm down, to think about the position, even though this particular one is not very much interesting, but still it's known they like to think about the position a bit. No big actions I expect in next 10 minutes, so I can safely have a break there. Well, so coming back in 5-10 minutes to see what happened in those games.
From an early stage, Xue became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Xue played an important role in the last 2 victories of China in the Women's Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the 4th board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Xue decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Xue reached the semi-finals of the World Women Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Xue won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Xue didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Xue knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Xue has first of all tournaments to play. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork, Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women's Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women's Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Wenyun to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it. The Tuvshintugs family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimeg. Like father, like daughter. Batchimeg's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimeg took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimeg made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dijon. Batchimeg occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Girya, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimeg's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimeg's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces.
So welcome back for a live coverage of a 5th round. Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia, Women's FIDE Grand Prix. The 2 games are still in progress and we are back to one of those where Tatiana Kosintseva faces Kateryna Lagno. For those who just joined us, I can say, well, Tatiana seemed to have an advantage there after the opening, but now to me it looks absolutely clear that this one's going to be a draw. No real chance for Kosintseva. So that's the current situation here. Bishop b7, bishop d2 has been played, and well, really don't really see a chance for white to make use of her extra pawn. So basically those two never gonna create a passed pawn against pawn on h6 and bishop on d2. So, well, and of course you can see from the expression of Kosintseva's face, she understands everything. So no real chance here. As I said, even if white manages to bring the king to b5, it won't be enough. Well, bishop a6, it was already there, so just means, yeah, they are repeating moves, and I believe it's just a silent way to offer a draw. Bishop b7, yeah, an arbiter is there. So, but okay, I mean, instead of just offer a draw, they've decided to repeat the position 3 times, so they are finishing the game. And indeed, as I said, there was nothing to play for anymore, so that was absolutely... And of course, the final position on a upper diagram, the king e5 is an illegal move, but it's just to fix the result. So this one is a draw. Perhaps we may ask girls at the press conference what they think about this game. Well, meanwhile, one more game is still in progress, so I'd like to switch to this one. Batchimeg Tuvshintugs as white, trying to save the game against Dzagnidze. So that's a diagram at the bottom of the screen. So we are shown Tatiana, Kosintseva, so packing all the stuff she brought to the game. And well, so the last game remaining for today, Dzagnidze of Georgia with black pieces against Mongolian Batchimeg Tuvshintugs. So Nana's position during the game was really suspicious, but well, the moment here we can see Tatiana is also interested in seeing what goes on. So Nana's position during the game looked fairly suspicious, but she managed to make herself out of trouble. And well, we shall see if she's gonna be, well, if she's gonna manage to convert this advantage. So knight e4, and as I said, to me it looked clear like black had to play queen f3. Instead, what happened? c5, knight d6, and still queen f3 wasn't played. So this is a little bit surprising. Ah well, queen f3 here is already met with knight f5. So instead of c5, queen f3 was very strong, I believe. Yeah, here queen f3 would have just won the game immediately. Black can't really move. Well, and the way it turned in the game, so c5. Well, white couldn't take c5, by the way, worth mentioning. So knight c5 would be answered with queen c7, winning the knight on a pin. The knight d6, knight f5, queen e5, and if white can do something, it's only to take d4. Otherwise, I don't see other moves for white. So white has to take d4. That will be still not that easy. Okay, queen takes, and then white has to. No, king f1 was played. Okay, doesn't spoil anything. King f1. Still, white can take the bishop. Bishop is not running away. So I believe those two, Lagno and Kosintseva, just arrived to the press conference. So, well, okay, we are waiting a couple of minutes, but we shall see. We shall see. So, the last remaining game. Okay, king f1, well, logical, just coming closer to the center. Queen d5. Well, sooner or later, white's gonna be forced, I believe. White's gonna be forced to take on d4. White's gonna be forced to take on d4. Now, still some technical difficulties for black. I don't believe it's going to be that easy. Still some technical difficulties for black. Well, the moment black wants to give a check on e1, on h1, and possibly capturing h3 pawn, so that's gonna be the case, let's say, in case of knight e7. So white's gonna give this, black's gonna give this check, and well, looks like black can capture there. So boards are off, so that means we're gonna see a press conference of Lagno and Kosintseva, and then we are back to comment on this one.
Добро пожаловать к нам в пресс-центр. У нас здесь Татьяна Косинцева, Катерина Лагно. Партия завершилась в ничью. Пожалуйста, расскажите нам, что сегодня случилось в партии. Теоретическая такая, по-моему, дискуссия была.
Ну, наверное, не совсем, да? Потому что Таня пошла H3. Мне кажется, она так раньше не играла. То есть там куча партий на надо, слон E3, слон G5 и ни одной H3, поэтому, ну, я, мягко сказать, не ожидала это. Вот.
Аня, наверное, специально так сделала.
Ну да, на самом деле, то есть как бы я видела, что Катя играет Найдер, Шевенинген мог получиться после слон Е3. В принципе, слон H5 у меня много партий было сыграно, и поэтому я решила свернуть, сыграть что-то другое. Мне кажется, получилась достаточно такая интересная игровая позиция, тем более, что это сейчас очень популярный вариант.
Actually, today Tatiana decided to play something new. Normally she plays bishop b3, bishop g5, and today she tried this h3 line, which became popular recently. But Kateryna Lagno was not really ready for this. She was checking other options from Tatiana, but the game was interesting. So.
Если Таня задумалась, я не знаю, что совсем плохо быть, да? Как-то, я не знаю, казалось, так надо пойти. Не, ну я помнила, что вообще-то, наверное, H5 играть сначала, но не знаю.
Думала, G4 может пойти. Я так.
Ну, да, но я играю черными.
Нет, Таню спрашиваю.
Нет, ну да, здесь как бы H5 такой принципиальный ответ, то, что белые H4, слон H2, конь H3 хотят план. Слон H5, то есть тут H5, либо слон E6 и D5 проводить. Ну, то есть как бы на самом деле тут много разных возможностей, позиции еще мало изучено, поэтому тут, в принципе,
мне кажется, ну, B5
интересно, да, то есть по-разному.
Так как Таня задумалась, я, наверное, подумала так, наверное, что-то не то.
Что-то новенькое.
Ну, не знаю, конь G3. Нормально, наверное. Слон G5. Ну, может быть, стоило слон. Я могла слон E7 пойти.
I could have played bishop b7 in this position.
Ну, я не... Может, здесь конь F5 есть, нет?
Ну, да, здесь либо конь F5, либо...
Knight F5 is possible here.
Может быть, слон E2 сначала сыграть.
Maybe first bishop E2.
Ну, я не знаю, мне кажется, я нормально пошла здесь. Да, здесь конь H5. Ну, наверное, ферзь А5 надо, потому что иначе как-то А4 грозит. То есть я смотрела, ну, допустим, если что-то такое.
I think it's necessary to play queen A5 because A4 is fit. If something like this, then A4.
Ну, как-то B4, конь D5.
Before knight E5.
Там, ну, брать не хочется, но...
I didn't want to take, but...
Ну, что-то здесь уже видно, что, да, черные доигрались.
Looks like black played something wrong here.
Ну, в общем, ферзь опять, наверное, было принципиально. Вот. Значит, ну, так надо, иначе непонятно, зачем пошли конь H5. То есть надо идти на эту структуру. И здесь, ну, мне казалось, что, может, лучше было слон E2 пойти.
Here I thought bishop E2 was better.
Не, позиция очень сложная, поэтому непонятно, что лучше здесь. Слон E2, слон D3.
The position is so complicated, it's hard to say what is better.
Ну, то есть
here.
идея, если ферзь B4, то
If
просто
D4, then just
взять конь D5.
95.
На слон Е2 мне B4 не нравилось,
I
казалось.
didn't like before after bishop E2.
Конь
Да,
D5, слон D5, Е2, вот эта вот позиция F5. Может быть, слон H7 сначала. Не, ну F5, да, наверное.
Ну, то есть получается какой-то челябинский, мы как-то
Looks
перешли.
like челябинский
Вариант.
variation.
Ну, не знаю, может, я бы, может, не так пошла. Хотя, ну, я решила, что позиция сложная, будем разбираться. То есть тут были какие-то такие ходы, я не знаю, с идеей, ну, что 2-0, слон H3 на слон G4. Как-то так, не дать дрокировку с идеей B4. H5 градит. Ну, в общем, здесь очень сложно.
Very complicated position with so many difficult opportunities.
Может быть, как Таня говорит, может, так правильно B4. Ну,
maybe before is good, maybe it's correct.
Но мне показалось, что после слон D3 у меня, ну, то есть компенсация, конечно, есть, но вот здесь после конь D5 так.
А здесь, может, еще не конь D5, а конь E2 интересно было.
92 was also interesting instead of 95.
Идея конь G3, ферзь F3, конь G3, да, D5 надо проводить, конь G3.
Конь G3. D5, по-моему, был не единственный ход.
Вообще H5 мне не нравилось.
H5.
H5, конь H3, H4, конь H5, B3, какие-то варианты могут получиться.
Здесь, кстати, здесь был ход D3, вот я помню.
Here B3 was possible.
Или, может,
C3.
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 Нет, может, это не здесь было. Я просто хотела побить D4. Нет, это, наверное, не здесь все-таки. Ну да, здесь был, значит, ход H5.
Ну, здесь еще рокировка пока может быть.
Ну, тогда рокировка E4.
H4, F4.
Ну, тут тоже сложно, да? То есть, да, конь E2 можно было пойти. Сейчас еще раз D5, конь G3. Обычно, если черный проводит D5, то у них должно быть нормально.
If black managed to play D5, they should have normal position.
Может, это не этот случай.
But maybe this is not the case.
Ну, не знаю, там можно пойти на ладья D8 пока.
Сам is possible.
Разбираться надо, я не...
So, почему, Татьяна, в итоге ты пошла все-таки конь D5, а не конь E2?
Ну, все-таки я из-за H5 отказалась. Конь E2, H5, мне казалось 2 0 H4, F4, тут может ферзь C5, ферзь E3, потом ладья H8. То есть пока структуру не менять, потому что если конь на H3, ферзь на F3 попадает, мне кажется, там у белых будет перевес.
Даже ладья F3 можешь пойти, да? Там, я не
там
знаю, куда мы
ладья H8 или слон H6,
not to go for this variation because of this line.
Тут C3, A3, да, то есть, ну...
Наверное, так. Ну, может быть, здесь было бы проще в практическом плане играть белым, чем вот эта жертва пешки.
Maybe from practical point of view, it was better to play with white this position after knight e2 than to sacrifice a pawn after knight d5.
Здесь не проходило, да, так? Потому что...
Was it working after
f5, наверное.
Так.
F3.
F3. Да. Так, думаю, просто да. Нет, это не друг. Нет, то есть D5, ну или D5, или H5 надо было ходить.
I had to play D5 or H5 in this position.
Ладно, сложно.
Difficult. So in this position, after pawn sacrifice, Kateryna said before that black has enough, white has enough compensation, but black were ready for this position.
Ну так надо пойти. То есть мне надо где-то успеть D5 пойти.
I should play D5 somewhere.
Слон G7. Ну это тоже, чтобы защитить пункт E5 и потом, наверное, 2-0 надо, да. Потому что, ну, как кажется, хочется сюда, да, чтобы мат там где-то поставить, но
White maybe wants to play long castle to find mate somewhere, but in fact...
На самом деле D5, я не знаю, здесь
D5.
Такое ощущение, что в итоге не хватает, да?
And I have feeling white don't have enough resources.
Ну, как-то, не знаю, то есть можно там, ну, в итоге можно самим мат получить здесь.
In the end, you can get mated yourself.
То есть, ну, наверное, 2-0 поэтому надо.
So I think short castle is necessary.
Я не знаю, кажется, не проходит, да, D5, ферзь G4. Наверное, 2-0 и ладья F3. Так. Ну, в общем, как-то здесь было очень страшно, ладья G3.
Ну, опасно, да.
Идея все время.
Да, то есть я поэтому сначала 2-0, ну, чтобы теперь на ферзь G4 всегда было E4.
To have after queen G4 always C4.
Так, слон F5, тут, значит, почему я пошла H6, потому что если пойти сразу ладья E8, то теперь взятие и взятие здесь. И даже не ничья. Там ладья F5. Конец. То есть поэтому я играю H6, чтобы теперь иметь всегда E4. Ну, то есть это как...
Профилактика.
Ну да. Так, ладья на D1, наверное, надо. Но я тоже не видела. То есть ладья F3 можно, но как бы здесь сейчас
ладья E8 также, да.
Просто. И на ладья G3... здесь просто EF, да, здесь уже EF. То есть, ну, успеваю.
Поэтому
ладья d1. Ну вот здесь я не знаю, то есть ладья f на e8, кажется, надо. Но может были другие ходы. Просто с одной стороны мне хотелось как бы уже поиграть, если белые не матуют, то можно поиграть на выигрыш, то есть попробовать. Там,
if I don't have mate, maybe I can play for win in this position.
Но не знаю, как-то здесь, по-моему, страшно. Ладья d3 можно подключить ладью.
But it looks again scary because of rook d3.
Хотя, может, так и надо было, да.
Maybe I should have played like this.
Сейчас, что-то на d5 было.
But there was something here.
Был, во-первых, ход ферзь h5 какой-то противный.
First of all, there was queen h5.
Потому что нету e4, теперь есть ладья d5.
Because there is rook d5 after e4.
И все равно, то есть ладья успевает на g3. Я не знаю, может, конечно, так как-то там король h8 можно пройти, но...
Maybe I can play king h8.
Ну, мне казалось, что это...
В принципе, да, ладья d3 можно было сразу, все равно идея там.
Где? Вот здесь?
Ну да, ладья d3.
И все равно
потом ферзь h5, да, то есть...
Ну да, то есть, наверное, все-таки опасно. Можно заиграть. Вот, поэтому, ну, ладья e8 тоже с идеей e4 пойти.
With the idea to play e4.
Ну, если слон e4, то есть, чтобы не дать d5, тогда шах.
Not to give d5.
Я бы, наверное, побила бы. Ну, то есть, получить ту же структуру, что и в партии. То есть, мне не хотелось с d5, но я просто не успеваю. Тут белые ставят какую-то фигуру на d5, и, полная компания f5 можно будет пройти. То есть...
I wanted, of course, to keep the center and play rook d8 and d5, but I'm not in time, because white will bring any piece on d5 and will get full compensation.
Ну, может быть, кстати, слон e4 точнее порядок был.
Maybe bishop b4 is more precise.
E, ферзь d3, там отступить, потом ладья f4, ладья h4, то есть фигуры как-то...
Ну, мне кажется, я даже всегда могу... Ну,
задел g4, g4.
Не знаю, допустим, так, да?
Это еще может быть слон...
Я где-то d5 пойду.
Слон d5 как вариант еще может быть.
Тогда буду быстро менять ферзей.
I will change queens very quickly. I will try to
Ну, или пока опять, ладно.
Теперь ладья f4, да.
Ладья f4, ну, а если просто там... Ну, я не знаю, может, так и не надо. То есть я могу пойти просто ладья 5, ну...
Maybe it's not necessary, maybe I can play rook e5, but...
d4.
Ферзь c4 вообще не делаю. Ну, ферзь c4, там ладья c8.
Слон f7, король h8.
Может, король f8.
Король f8.
Там вряд ли, да? Ой, сюда. Какой-то дурдом
начался.
Наверное, неправильно. Да? Что-то провисло. Ну, то есть, мне кажется, как бы объективно позиция около равенства должна быть. Примерно равна.
Objectively speaking, the position should be about equal.
Да, то есть, ну, может, слон e4 как бы с этой идеей было точнее, но, мне кажется, примерно оценка не меняется, то есть.
Таня, ты согласна с такой оценкой, вот, что примерно равенство где-то
Ну,
здесь?
скорее, да, то есть как бы тут белые не успевают, ферзь h4, ладья d3, ладья h3, основная угроза там батарея, то есть черные все время либо f5, либо d5 играют,
ну, да,
и слон начинает играть, да, то есть как-то вроде слон сейчас красиво стоит на f5, но что дальше делать непонятно.
Actually, I also agree with this estimation, and okay, bishop b5 has good position, but what to do, what else I can do here is unclear, and if I don't manage to be in time with rook d3, queen g4,
ну, здесь
then black just has
просто
equal play.
Просто ничья, наверное. Ну, я не знаю. Да. То есть, мне кажется, ни белые, ни черные не могут играть. То есть.
Here it's just a draw. I think not white, not either black. Black cannot play for win here.
Не знаю, я здесь могла, наверное, просто так пойти. Даже так, просто стоять. Я не знаю. Я сначала хотела с этой стороны, конечно, вывести его отсюда.
I wanted to stay like this first.
Но я думаю. Хотя, наверное, и так. Ну, в общем, там ничего было как угодно, то есть мне, наверное, даже не надо было так f5 давать.
Maybe f5 was not necessary. The draw was...
Ну, там после f5 тоже ничего, но просто как бы можно было и не отдавать пешку.
I could have kept this pawn, actually. На самом деле такая партия, ну вот кажется, ну на самом деле, что обе соперницы, вот вы как бы играли очень аккуратно, и ну такое чувство, что черным все-таки пришлось много усилий, где-то в какой-то момент потребовалось, чтобы где-то не допустить вот атаки. Насколько тяжело было вот играть в этот момент? То есть вот H6 ход, там еще вот, или это были единственные ходы?
Да нет, мне кажется, как бы я искала перехват. То есть, может объективно, ну, то есть я потом поняла, что объективно говоря, что позиция просто будет равна вот после всего этого. А в плане H6, ну да, надо быть аккуратным, ну как бы, ну, в каждой партии нужно быть аккуратным, что делать?
Ты даже на перехват думала, да, где-то? Если
ну, я думала, что если я успею пойти E4, D5, то, конечно, у меня все-таки лишняя центральная пешка, и если мат мне не поставят, ну, как бы, но с другой стороны, то есть белые что же не стоят на месте, поэтому, ну.
Yes, of course, you should be careful, but okay, you should be careful in every game, and here I still have one extra central pawn, so if white cannot find mate, then I will try to do something after, and I will try to look for some counterplay. So, Jamie is ready.
Yeah, questions about the rest day. Kateryna, you went on an excursion. How was the excursion? And Tatiana, for you, obviously you haven't had the best start that you would have hoped for. What did you do to relax and really forget about the first 4 rounds of the tournament?
Ну, как вы провели выходной, и Татьяне тоже, в принципе, вопрос, мы не видели тебя на экскурсии, чем ты занималась, как ты отдохнула?
На самом деле, как бы ничего обычного не делала, то есть поспала, удалось поспать побольше, немного поготовилась, то есть достаточно расслабленно отдохнула, день провела. Ну, то есть хотелось отдохнуть после проигрыша, так как я ушла на выходной, проиграв партию. Ну, просто особо ничего не делала, просто отдыхала, посмотрела телевизор, новости.
Yeah, okay, I was just resting the whole day. I slept finally more than usually than before, and I was preparing. I watched also television and news. And what about Kateryna?
Actually, the excursion was very, very nice. So I really enjoyed it, and I was happy to go outside to see some new things here because I already hear something like first time or something like that, and I saw nothing before. So this time it was really necessary to go out to make some beautiful pictures. And first, yes, and as I told you, to take some fresh air because I really needed to change something. And by the way, after that, I just slept almost 3 hours after this excursion, so it was really, really nice.
На самом деле удалось попасть на экскурсию и посмотреть город Ханты-Мансийск. Я здесь уже в 4-й раз, и вообще нужно было что-то поменять и подышать свежим воздухом. Ну и помимо экскурсии мы также сделали много красивых фотографий, это тоже было здорово. И после экскурсии проспала 3 часа.
Ну, раз дело зашло экскурсии и достопримечательности Ханты-Мансийска, то какие достопримечательности во всем мире вам больше всего нравятся? Возможно, есть что-нибудь для вас очень близкое, и в каком месте на планете вы бы хотели побывать, где вы еще не были?
Ну, если я начну, не возражаю. Где бы я хотела побывать? Наверное, вот Австралия, Токио. Ну, то есть Австралия, Япония, допустим. Это не важно, Токио, не Токио, Япония. Да, Австралия, Япония и, ну, как бы это основное пока. А еще мне очень нравится Китай. То есть я была на Великой Китайской стене и произвела на меня огромное впечатление. И с погодой нам туда повезло, несмотря на декабрь, то есть середина декабря должно быть холодно, но в этот день было солнечно, не ветрено, и ну, это как бы, то есть это невозможно рассказать, то есть нужно обязательно посмотреть и побывать, так что вот.
First of all, I would like to say that I really would enjoy to go to such countries like Australia and Japan. Our journalist from Australia is very happy about it here in the press center, of course.
He knows already.
and I can mention China. I like this country very much, and when I was there, I managed to visit Great Wall, and it was really a beautiful day. It was sunny, and there was no wind, despite the fact that it was in December. And it's not possible to explain my impressions. Everybody should go there and feel it himself. Наверное, Таня не ответила на вопрос.
Может быть, удивительно, но у нас с Катей совпадает. Как бы я действительно тоже хотела бы в Австралии побывать. Мне кажется, очень интересная страна. Да, то есть было бы интересно посетить.
Surprisingly, we have the same opinion with Kateryna. I also would like to go to Australia. Actually, girls, I believe the tournament should be arranged already.
Yes, but we already have the invitations.
Yes, so so I think we should go directly from here to Australia. And
we will find a way.
Можно вопрос? Ну, у меня вопрос к обеим сразу, естественно. Не столько, ни для кого не секрет, что вот Екатерина и Татьяна, и вы являетесь одними из самых красивых и фотогеничных шахматисток в мире. Соответственно, вопрос. Часто ли вам поступали предложения от модных или мужских журналов для совместной работы? Если да, то где это было и когда? Чтобы мы могли это потом опубликовать.
It's not a secret that both Tatiana and Kateryna are the best chess players in the world, let's say the most beautiful and photogenic chess players in the world. So have you ever got any proposals from magazines to make photo shooting? And please tell us exact magazines.
Спасибо, конечно, но вы прям в краску загнали нас. Ну, я, кажется, отвечала на этот вопрос несколько дней назад, вас просто не было, что у меня было не так давно предложение, ну, не так, как уже, наверное, года 3 прошло, в украинскую версию магазина Esquire. И, ну, в принципе, как бы мне понравилось, но больше предложений я не получала. Вот. Так что жду.
You were not here a few days ago. I already answered this question. I got a proposal from the magazine Esquire 3 years ago. I liked it very much, but I didn't get invitations after this. Not yet.
Ну да, такой похожий вопрос уже был. То есть как бы конкретно для каких-то журналов не снималась, то есть не было такого опыта, но вот я уже говорила, что однажды на суперфинале чемпионата России, то есть был опыт, что участниц приглашали визажистов, стилистов и делали такую фотосессию определенно, на плакат сделали, очень красивый получился, то есть как бы такой был определенный опыт.
I had an experience. There were photo shooting sessions during one tournament, super final, Russian super final, but I didn't get invitations from magazines. By the way, there is an interesting article about this subject on our website. It was published yesterday during FIDE about our beautiful chess players and magazines, books. So everybody who is watching us can read this article.
You both mentioned Australia, which is
Welcome back for last lack of a transmission of 5th round, so we are going to stay there till the end of the game. The one came in progress, the game between Batchimeg, Tuvshintugs and Dzagnidze, and well, quite a few things happened there after we saw the game last time, so it was something about there, yeah, when it looked certainly winging. So well, I have to mention the upper diagram is the current position in the game. So at the bottom, at right bottom, at the position we left this game, I guess, or roughly that one. Yeah, it's move 39, so Queen F7, Knight E4. And as I thought, Queen F3 looked quite convincing here in this position. But instead, black played c5, knight d6, and this maneuver of a knight to f5 really seemed to make black's task problematic, because it's not that easy to promote c5, c4 anymore. The bishop is always hanging there on d3. So queen e5, king f1, queen d5, knight e7. So if black would have gone for a pawn, she's not in time. Queen h3 after queen g6. Well, it's actually black who has to be careful not to lose the game. I mean, queen e8 is a threat. So then queen f7, knight g6 is a threat. So after queen d8, it's gonna finish with perpetual check. So after knight e7, queen f7, white went back knight f5. So they made another couple of tries. Queen d3, nice move. Queen e6, and then knight d4. So queen d5, king e2, and c takes d4. So that's a position after a bit of a transformation here. And this one, I believe, well, to just be a draw, I guess. Well, still some chances for black, but objectively, well, it has to be practically impossible for black to win this one. The cd4, well, apart from other options, I may imagine, well, white playing something like that. Queen g6, just not to let black king to escape from a corner. Not to let black king to escape from a corner, to play queen g6. And it seems to be, well, I mean, okay, black can proceed with a couple of checks. So basically, white may also play queen d3. I mean, the queen's exchange is fine for white. And as well fine is just to move the queen, because it seems to be black cannot really force this d pawn to move. So here it's king d1, not king d3 though, of course, not blundering king b1, but king e1, and lots of checks, but black cannot really force this pawn to move. So queen g6 seems to be possible. And if black plays something, so it's not really a threat to play queen e8, but black simply finds it hard to make moves. So king g8, perhaps just bringing king closer, but then white may just play, well, this one I'm not exactly sure. King d3, it's gonna be met with this check. Oh well, but this one should be acceptable. Check, and just not to run. I mean, just to make a correct move here. Or king d5. I'm not sure if it's, well, should be a draw as well, I believe. King d5. This endgame pawn down. Well, it looks like has to be a draw. King e5. Well, but not forced, of course. So cd4, and well, and as well, white may just perhaps stand with the king, so it won't be hard for black to make any progress. But well, maybe not easy. Yeah, the king's gonna slowly come into a center. Like if white just waits passively, maybe it's gonna be a problem one day. King's gonna come to f6, let's say. White will not have an opportunity to swap queens anymore. Well, just thinking about if white may think of playing f3 and putting the queen to e4, so that might be an interesting try. Yeah, that might be an interesting try indeed. Just to play, oh well, queen a6 has been played meanwhile. So I thought f3 could have been a nice try. In case of queen e6, already white has queen e4. In case of an exchange, it's actually white who would have been, well, would have won this game. Yeah, the queen e4 is just, to take on e4 is just bad for black. Well, c d5 and queen a6 has been played. So check on e4, king d2, yes, no more checks. No more checks here. And as I said, well, the good thing for white is actually that white may practically always change queens. Now, Dzagnidze's task looks pretty hard, but also I don't expect this game to finish for in a short time. Well, queen f5 attacks both h3 and f2. So, well, not easy for, but well, it's still queen e2 is possible, and if black takes on h3, they're going to be perpetual check. Yes, that's right. So still, white is not losing a pawn after queen f5, despite the fact that both pawns are hanging. But this queen a6 doesn't really appeal to me, unless white's gonna give, well, perhaps that might be white's idea, so give a check and to play f3, threatening queen e4. No checks available for black. White is threatening queen e4, a perpetual starting with queen e4, or exchange the queens with queen e4. So just wonder if this one, well, if white can play queen e4 after king g6. No, not really. It's king f6, and black's gonna have a spare tempo here. Yeah, so then queen e4 is not possible anymore. Black is taking, well, playing king f6, and so on. Well, okay, so Tuvshintugs decided she wants to play with a king on e2. Well, yeah, that's right. It's the same. I mean, possible to give a perpetual check on c2, but this way at least black manages to promote the pawn further to king f3, I expect. But then still, yeah, if black plays this one, it's a perpetual check. Check here and check on e4. So pawn cannot be moved. The king f3. Yeah, still doesn't seem to be a chance for black. King h7 is a possibility. Perhaps king h7 is a possibility in this position. Well, but then queen e2 seems, no, queen e2 is queen f5. Somehow white needs a correct queen move here. Like queen e6 I'm thinking about. Yeah, queen e6. I mean, to have this perpetual check in case of d3. So, well, in case of a check, white comes back here. Yeah, this game's gonna still continue, but at the present state it looks like white will manage to escape, and well, it's a bit surprising, because I thought once Dzagnidze got an advantage, well, I really thought she's on track to proceed to win, but well, something has happened. Perhaps in the time troubles she really missed a convincing way to win. Okay, if I'm coming a little bit back in this game, at the time trouble stage, nearly move 30, well, we've seen like move 30, move 31, something like that has been played. Yeah, when after knight d2, c4, this one certainly looks like winning position for black. So queen c1, rook p8, g3, rook b2, e5. Yeah, as I said, so this one, well, bishop b4 seems to win. I've mentioned already, and okay, so that was a chance to win the game, I believe. So knight c4 fails to rook b1. Knight really cannot be moved. Knight f1, rook f2 still seems to be game over. Ah well, perhaps in this case white is not really threatening mate. So rook f2, king h1, rook g2, king h1, and there is no mate. But just a question if if white has got any threats. So maybe queen e3. Yeah, rook just goes back. Okay, this one is simply winning, has to be winning. So e5, bishop b4 was, well, at least to me it looks like a winning move. Because after queen c4, then bishop d2, queen e4 won't be acceptable for black, but there is rook d2. Rook d2, and okay, queen is hanging, and so is rook, so white cannot really take on b4, white has to give check. And then after this, well, king h8 seems to just win the game. The black is in time to avoid perpetual. So rook d2, queen d2, and well, then I don't believe in any perpetuals in this one. So meanwhile we got the move in our game. It was queen c2, king f3, and then black played king h7, as I said. So now it's up to Mongolian player to play a move, and well, while I'm still not sure which move to play, well, it looks like this one has to be a draw, but to be honest, with 6 minutes on the clock, you might as well just, I mean, there is no forced way. I mean, it's still, you have to keep the position as it is, and you cannot really force matters, and this is rather depressing situation for the defender normally, because it's really hard to keep everything under control. And well, okay, queen e6 I like as for the move in this position. So that means in case of this check, white's gonna have, queen e2 is maybe not such a great idea, because after a couple of, well, there is check here, and if king g2, it's gonna be check on d5. Yeah, controlling a lot of squares here. So after queen e6, king d1, queen d1, white's supposed to play king g2. Yeah, well, in this case, but still it's hard to make a progress for black in this one, because queen now reached a dominating position, really. Not a lot of difference, I have to say. Queen d3, king g2, not a lot of difference. It's, well, practically impossible for black to control everything. Oh, well, queen g6 is there. Well, so it's queen g6, so it's not really that easy. Queen g6, queen d5, d3. And once again, white's gonna try to run to this pawn, just to... well then, queen a6 is not a possibility. Yeah, now probably white's just gonna come back with the king, and this seems to win the game. Well, to make a draw, of course, win the pawn and make a draw. So king g2, but apart from queen g6, I don't really see what black can do. Well, nothing really. I mean, queen c2, for instance, doesn't really help. Well, queen g6 was just played. I mean, queen c2 doesn't really help black, because d43 is still not really a threat. So white would have replied with queen d5, and after d3 the same perpetual is still on, queen e4 and queen e8. So in this case, at least on queen d5, black can promote this pawn to d3. queen d5 was just played. Oh, well, there is other option. There is an option to play queen f6. But still, with this pawn being so close to white king, it's hard to imagine it's going to be promoted. I mean, there are a lot of queen endgames which are actually acceptable for white. Well, I'm thinking if white may just try to play f3 g4 just to fix the structure completely, then try to bring the king to d3. Not sure. Well, this game is really gonna last for long, I mean, unless one of the players blunders. So it may take, I don't know, another an hour or so. Queen d5. So here is the current situation. Yeah, that's right. And well, if black is persistent in trying to win, so it has to be queen f6 then. And black's gonna try to get the king out of a corner, although not easy to do that. So king f1, I'd say. The king f1 for white, and still no real way to improve for black. King f1, or the other option could be to play g4 actually, to ensure the king is gonna stay in its cage. Play g4, and let's say on queen f4 then to go for king f1. Because it's more chances to keep the king in a corner and then to go for perpetual. Yeah, looks like mission impossible for black. So anyhow, queen d5, and well, nothing really, to me it seems like nothing really black can do. Well, Nana is still thinking. Enough time for her, 6 minutes for each player left. Well, I don't know if I can take a look on other games which are already finished, just for a second. So we are still staying here with our camera, but I'll for a second gonna... well, nothing really serious happened, yeah. Now, I think we covered everything, so we stay there. So we just stay there. Now, just we'll have to mention this one Zhao Xue with Kosteniuk. So I thought white was better, but it seems like black always had enough resources in this one. Well, and as for our game, I believe white was really much better at certain point. Just don't know if I'm gonna have time to, well, to check. Somewhere, I mean, right after the opening, something has happened. Well, 92 we saw, yeah, that's right. So that's our game. I mean, Batchimeg with Dzagnidze, but I'm just returning back to move 9 or something, just to figure out what happened in this game. Because it seems like white had a great advantage, and then all of a sudden, really, something changed. Knight e5, d e5, bishop e2, bishop d6, so just simple development. Already this one doesn't look like too good for white. Knight f3 castle, b4 a5, and this is where it started. Bishop g5 f6, white took on e6. So that means capture back would allow white to play c5. Yes, then with bishop c4 threat. So black decided to take on g5. E takes d7. Then changed on b4. Yeah, and here we are. So we arrived to this one we saw already. Rook d1, bishop d6. Yes. And from now on we got to this first to this position where I already mentioned that black could have won, and then step by step to this one, the present one, queen's endgame, to which I'm switching straight away. So queen d5, queen f6, queen check on e4, king g8, check on f8. Clever played, by the way, because queen's exchange leads to elimination of black's passed pawn and, well, to a draw, if I'm not mistaken, of course. King f8, what can be done here? King f3, don't see much of a chances. Dzagnidze was about to play king f8 actually, to play queen f8, but she understood she's gonna lose her pawn. So king h7, check, g6. So now the king is totally exposed. So, but it looks like she's gonna keep trying for a little bit more. But I don't know if she's gonna manage to do this. So, well, this looks absolutely drawish. I mean, okay, this check, for instance. And once again, queen g7 leads nowhere. Take, king f3. And once again, white is just in time to make a draw. So, well, it might be just a perpetual check. So, check here. So this one, after king f7, well, queen d7, and black can't really do anything. Well, but play king f8. Yeah, it's still not over. Still not over. The king is coming out. Basically, in this position, black can't really do much. Black can't really do much if white just keeps waiting. As far as I understand. Well, it's gonna be queen e5, then threatening queen e4, so slowly but surely this pawn is moving forward. So it's not exactly that easy. Just wonder if white gives this check, king g8, and okay, yeah, that's not easy. No immediate perpetual or something. So check there, king f7, check there, king f8. Okay, we can continue to give checks, but king is coming here. Check, king e6, and well, it seems like there is no perpetual. Check here. So this exchange is not valid anymore. Queen c5, king e4. Well, doesn't seem to be a perpetual check. Check here, d3. Yeah. Or it is. Yeah, it is. Well, check, king d4, and check here. Yeah, this is perpetual. Queen c4. Yeah, so maybe it's a perpetual straight away. g6, but well, just few things about the practical point of view in these positions. You don't have to try to calculate everything, because, well, that is what she's doing. I mean, but of course it's going to be a lot of checks, it's going to be intense, and, well, doesn't matter how deeply you are trying to calculate, you're going to miss something. So just play your obvious moves, which is, I mean, queen b7 is sort of obvious move here. Well, unless she's planning something else, but I'm not sure what she's going to play. Well, perhaps she's looking to bring a king to e2, but well, by the way, black is just one step away from creating well, a sort of a safe spot for her king. I mean, h5 and king to h6. So those checks have to be played actually. So check, king g8, check, king f7 or g7, not important. Then check and king f8. Here, okay. What else white can do? But by the way, white can just wait here, maybe. Oh, well, it's coming once again to this conclusion. Black is planning to play queen e5 to centralize the queen. So maybe not a good idea. So once started, those checks have to be continued. So check. Well, we jumped back, pardon me. So once again, I'm proceeding carefully. This check on b7, so queen g7 is once again impossible. After exchange, white is coming with the king to grab this pawn on d4. So king g8, then a check on c8, which seems to be important to get to d file. With check on d7, which makes queen e7 impossible. So king f8 in order to make any kind of progress. Well, f4. f4, what kind of move is that? Not sure if it's the best idea. But anyway, have to make this one. f4, gf4. And what she's planning to do there, gf4. So that means white wants to play king f3, and then to be able to exchange queens whenever she wants. But in this position, I'd say queen d6 looks rather dangerous, to be honest. So after this check, for instance, king is coming to g8. After another check, king is coming to f7. One more check, king goes there. And no checks anymore, and meanwhile this pawn is running, but not only that, f4 is hanging and king is ready to escape to f5. So it's exactly what you shouldn't do normally. Well, come on, h5. No, well, I don't understand what goes on. So I just thought, what was the problem with queen d6? Perhaps queen e5 could. No, queen e5 can't be the reason really, because after g5, h5 seems like white is not in time. Yes, king goes there. It's g4, right? I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, g4 takes h4. This is it. Yes. White is not in time to stop this pawn. Well, gf4, gf4, h5. So this way Dzagnidze creates well, a sanctuary for the king here. King f3. Well, I'm afraid Mongolian player did made a mistake here. So still, I find it hard for black to win this one really. Oh well, I'm just curious about king h6. Can white play queen e5 or not? Well, possibly not. Yeah, seems like queen e5 is not possible. I mean, this endgame takes, and then again g5, right? King e4, g4, h takes, h4. Yes, somehow white doesn't seem to be in a square of those pawns. e6, king is coming. Well, and only then, after king f3, black has played queen d6. Now it becomes a problem. Now it becomes a problem for white, because this pawn needs to be stopped. King is, well, okay, black king is gonna escape from the corner. Well, perhaps king e2 is gonna eventually win this pawn on d4, because king is coming to d3. But, well, I'd say in position like that, with king h6, king d3, check there, and picking on h3, still it's not going to be that easy for white to secure a draw. Well, perhaps queen e5 and still, yeah, still has to be drawish, I have to say. But playing this on 2 minutes on the clock, it's always not easy. King f3, queen d6. So I wonder if an engine says that this one is a complete draw. I believe both. As I say, with seconds on the clock and under pressure, it's two different stories, I'd say. Well, just to look at the engine assessment at your computer screen, or to play it over the board. So king e2. Yeah, really unpleasant. Okay, maybe queen d7 also can be played. Oh, or d3. That's another try. Possibly less strong, but it's, well, just possible as well. Queen f4, and still, well, according to my knowledge, with the king being in the corner on h1, you don't even need h-pawn to make a draw. But of course, it's hardly realistic in a practical game. So king e2, queen d7. So we are arriving to the same position. King d3, queen h3, king d4. So white has to go for it, I guess. Otherwise, she won't be given a chance. Just a second. How about queen f3? Just thought. Queen f3. Well, not a good idea, because queen b5, I thought. But well, on queen b5 there is queen d3 back. So maybe white doesn't have to give this pawn so early. No, she decided. Tuvshintugs decided the other way. King d3. So, okay, don't see really anything else for black but to take. Then king d4. And then black is gonna have to. Well, Nana takes, of course, on h3. King d4. And once again, as I said, while objectively being drawish, this one is pretty tough to defend. Yeah. Well, I'd say. Well, I just thought, how about queen f5, if it's possible. Just a question if queen f5 is possible. So takes. King goes there. Yeah, this one is winning, right? Or not really. King g6, king f3, h4, king g2. Yeah, no win. So queen f5 is not possible then. Is it? Queen f5, takes, king e3. Well, black is too slow. The other to go around, right? King g7. Okay, let me try. King g7, king f3. This. Pardon me, but I'm sort of not able to calculate. Yeah, that's right. White is just in time. Now, if black plays king d4, he loses after king g5. Pardon me, I'm just unable to calculate after 5 hours already. So, have to, as you see, check manually. Well, king d4 and black is the move, and possibly Nana is just calculating the same line. Because, well, it's always possible to play queen d7 check, of course. But after king e3, once again, it's not going to be easy for black. To make a progress. This pawn is not running too fast, right? And the king is, well, black's king lacks safety. So normally what black has to try to do is to, well, centralize both the king and the queen, avoiding, by the way, perpetuals. And, well, and only then, I mean, speculating with queen's exchange. Try to, well, once again, has to be said, I believe this one cannot be won by normal means, but you just, well, the try should be Well, black should try it that way. Well, by the way, she found it. Dzagnidze just found a very nice move. I believe queen a3, controlling e7. So after queen b7, king h6. White also has difficulties returning with her king back. The king's always gonna be, well, this one is, it's very hard to play. The queen f7, but there is still no threat. There is still no threat, but at least black prevents white prevents a black queen from leaving f8 without control. So it's gonna be, well, h4. Dzagnidze played, and yes, this is tough. This is tough now. I mean, h4, h3. That might be already lost. So I would say white has to play f4, f5 as soon as she can, and if she can, of course. Otherwise, I don't know. Okay, f5, queen b2 seems to be, yeah, this one wins. So white's gonna give another check and just, black's gonna give another check and just pick this f5 pawn. So f5 is not possible, and well, there is no comfortable way for, well, I mean, white can't do much. Queen g8 has to be played. Yes, queen g8 was just played. So that means, but after this, queen b2 is an option. The controlling h8, king b2, and after king e3, pawn moves further. Well, perhaps this one should be a draw. So f5. No. Well, no draw. Because, I mean, check here doesn't give white anything, as black simply plays queen g7. Okay, is it that simple? Maybe not really. Well, still not clear. So after I mean, king h5, I've just spotted this check on c5, which seemingly leads to immediate draw. Well, of course, queen d6 check intermediate. I know. The queen g8. Oh no, not. I was thinking about this check, but instead Dzagnidze gives the other check. Queen d6. So then on king e4. Well, I guess she's planning to bring the king into action. King f3, king h5. Yes, it's still tough. Still tough for white. Still, it's very tough. The king e4, king h5. King is coming out. Once king gonna go to g3, it's gonna be game over. So, well, this king f3 doesn't work as well because of this check, and king g4. So king is coming out. So this one looks hopeless. So this is how it. Well, you see, this is how it happened. At that moment, I already declared this game to be a draw, and then all of a sudden, this f2, f4 has been played. And after this, you can't really do much. So what Tuvshintugs is doing, she gave a couple of checks here. So check here, king goes, check there, king g3. Well, maybe. So this one I missed, by the way. That's a huge perpetual all over the board. If this one is real, then, well, king h2, it's a joke, I believe. So you cannot hide from this pawn. Well, this pawn will not provide you with a shelter. That's strange. So, well, possibly it's not only me, but Dzagnidze missed this one. So, nice check. Well, but it looks so natural. I mean, to give instead of this queen d6 to give queen b2 check. So I still wonder if that was winning or not. Queen b2, the one I showed you during the previous comments, and then h3 this time, and very important, h8 square is secured. So I'm not sure if this one wasn't winning. So meanwhile, this is what happens there. So king h2, queen c2, king g1, queen c1, king g2, queen c2. So she's giving lots of checks here. And well, black's gonna try to, well, to come with the king closer. But, well, and in this moment with, I don't know, if she plays king f1, don't know if white cannot play king f3, it seems to be just right. Then queen d5, king g4, and I'm not sure if white any worth with king being there. So queen h5, for instance, king h3. Well, still in the danger of losing, of course. Check. It's better not to do this. Yeah, queen c2, king f1. It's better to just continue giving checks. Well, Dzagnidze is still thinking. But of course, I believe she's gonna go for king f1, otherwise don't see much of her. Yes, she played it. King f1. Well, king f3 seems to be a nice chance here. No. White just continues with checks. So king e2, for instance. What she's gonna do after king e2? This is, well, queen c4. Maybe it's just those diagonal checks. Well, but still, queen is arriving to f1 to d1. So check. There is no perpetual, at least immediate perpetual. So check, and then on queen c3, black has queen d2. On queen c1, black has queen d1. So it's not easy, really. Perhaps after, has to be a draw in some fashion, but I'm not sure exactly how to execute that. So the other possibility would have been queen e3, but in this case, king escapes to d1. And well, and with couple of checks, white is getting an h pawn. Yeah. So this time looks like white has managed to escape. King d1, queen g1 check, then queen h2 check, and eventually grabbing this pawn on h4. I don't know if Dzagnidze are going to continue to try to play. Maybe it's still not hopeless. Check, check, king c3, check, and then to hide on c4. And if white takes, it's still, the game still's gonna go on, I believe, because there is check on f5, and king d4. And it seems to me white may lose this pawn. Yeah, and the king is terribly placed. Queen g5, king e4. King will have to, this one is already bad. So it's still not hopeless. Check. She went via c2. Yes. Queen h2. King goes to c3. Well, perhaps wiser decision could be to play king f3 here. Oh no. No, king f3, g5 is immediately over. No. So, okay, she takes the pawn with king being on c3. Well, the same applies. It's check, check on f5. Yes, a check on f5. Ah, well. So I got it. So after queen h3, king c4. Black simply cannot take at all. I mean, because there are a couple of checks, and white cannot take because black is winning a queen. But here, with king on c3, the line I've mentioned is actually going to happen. So check, king e5, check on f5. White is forced to play king d6 and king d4. And it's still suffering for white. I'm not quite sure actually if she's going to escape. Once again, I mean, there are problems. Well, maybe not that easy. King d4 she just played. Queen h8 and queen e5. So this is what she has to do. Check here, check. But still king f3. White is losing this pawn. So white cannot really take on f5 because of after gf5, king e5, king g4, white is lost. So king d4, and well, it's really tough for white already. So it changes with kaleidoscopic speed. I mean, changes with kaleidoscopic speed to assessment of this position. Quite a long game, and we had really a lot of long games in this tournament already. So I remember Muzichuk playing nearly 100 moves in the 4th round before the free day. Today it's Nana Dzagnidze versus Tuvshintugs. Once again it's move 83 and nothing is clear, so it's gonna take another at least 20-30 moves, something like that. So king d4. Well, and just wonder if there is a chance to escape somehow. I mean, if white's gonna lose this one without getting anything in return, it's going to be hopeless. Perhaps I'm just exaggerating things a bit, because after this one, for instance, black cannot really take this pawn, so maybe that's the way. Yeah, not easy. Although still, it's check somewhere, check on e6, then king comes to f5. So it's still gonna be a fight. Though perhaps in this case white shouldn't really try to stop this pawn with the king. King is not helpful there, so just to move it away. Just not to run under some counter check. And king f5. And still this pawn looks like it's gonna fall. But maybe once again, maybe a perpetual will be available for white. Yes, what a tough game that is. King d4. Well, tracing a little bit back, I'm just thinking if there was something easier for white. So queen e3, king d1. At that moment, it surely had to be something. So king g1, king c2, and well, perhaps white should have just continued to give checks with queen f2, let's say. King go there, and then queen. Well, queen e1 doesn't change much. Yeah, that's right. Queen e3. Yeah, perhaps queen e3 could have been played. Actually, if black wanted this one too much, so after queen h2, black could have played queen d2 immediately. Perhaps because this one is more or less the same, I believe. Queen f5 and king d3. So it seems like... So, well, pardon me, where we are. So this is the position. Yeah, king d4, king e7, white is played. king e7. Well, don't know how to. What does it mean? I mean, king e4 most probably is still answered with queen g3. Because queen g5 is certainly, queen g5 certainly loses, right? Queen g5 takes, king f5. Oh well. By the way, king e5 wins as well. So, king e7, king e4, nothing else is available for black. Yes, indeed she plays. And then, white's got to play queen g3. And maybe black can't really win this. Oh well, queen h6 instead of queen g3. I'm not quite sure if it's a better one. Queen f, king f3. Sort of well, it's a sort of a Tugs one. Yeah, Dzagnidze is a tricky player. Yeah, of course queen g3 should have been preferred here. Queen g3 and, well, I find it hard for black to win. But after queen h6, king f3, white is in a Zugzwang. And after, so I mean king d6 is not possible because f4 is taken with the check, so basically a couple of moves are available for white, just like king d8 or king e8, and of course it sets king just too far from the pawn. And well, after king g4, king e8 he just played, yes, so king g4, and in case of king e7 I believe queen h5 to win this pawn. Not sure if the game, but well, Dzagnidze prefer queen f6. Yes. Not much white can do really. With queen being on h6. Mongolian player should be really disappointed, but with what she's done with her position. There not many moves left. King d7 has to be played. So I don't see any other move. Unless she's planning to give this pawn away. So king d7. Yes, king d7 was just played. Still with this increment, the game might go on and on. Well, I expect this one to be much longer than a move 100. So it's 87 moves already, and well, it looks like this f pawn is about to fall, but then once again it's too early to speak about the end of the game, because even after this pawn falls, it has to be, well, I believe according to computer it must be a draw, but of course it's so tough to defend a position like that in a practical game. So that's a difference between computers and human beings, of course. If computer knows the algorithm how to hold this draw, well, nothing could happen. But instead here, I mean, with two players being at the board, and of course both of them are quite tired. There are a lot of mistakes we see normally, and well, so Dzagnidze is looking for a way to win. And what? Well, basically black is already winning this pawn by playing king g4, I believe. So white can't really do anything about it. To just move the king, and then, well, king is coming to f5, and then with a couple of checks, white's gonna take on f4 eventually. So this pawn is already lost on f4, and we shall see well, an endgame with extra pawn for black. Well, actually, already that one, if we speak about that objective assessment, already this one can be checked, because those 6 pieces hash tables exist in most of the computer engines, I believe, and okay, it at least developed those 6 pieces tables. So that means if you ask the online database, it's gonna give you an answer if this one is draw or black's gonna win. Now it's up to Dzagnidze, so she started to think. Ah, well, the king is still there. I don't see much of a problem in playing king g4 or queen f7 check, so this is interesting. For some reason she's decided to give queen f7 check. No, that's right. Then once again, I mean, what is going on here? King d6 is not possible, that's the most important. But perhaps white just have to... The king will not stop this g6 pawn whatsoever, that's clear, so white just has to run away with the king, just not to get under some counter check. Well, okay. There with queen on f7, I'm not sure if... Okay, probably black's gonna give just another check. Because here king g4 is not possible, and if white's gonna be given a move, white's gonna give hundreds of checks, because it's... Well, I mean, f4 cannot be taken, so check, king d7, back and forth, and then once again king g4 comes into consideration. I believe king g4 is to be the move. Yes, just played. So today it's really a long game. So king g4. So basically the pawn is lost. So no doubt about it. King, well, not easy to make a move. King e8. Then, okay, king f5 seems to win a pawn. Yes, king f5 was just played, and then black is threatening. Well, it's rather easy. I mean, to give a couple of checks and then win this pawn. I don't see white, well, pairing this strat. Then it's gonna be, oh well, maybe. Well, the problem being, if this position, black's gonna be to move. Maybe it's still not easy. So just thought, okay, queen h2. Let us imagine white's gonna play queen h2. Then maybe it's not that easy to get to this pawn. Because if black, well, black can play this one, then king f7. So still white is fighting in this case. Queen d7, king g8. So to get to this pawn, to be able to take this pawn. Yes, and in case of queen c7, of course, white's gonna start giving checks, because it's not possible for black to take on f4. So maybe this pawn is not lost yet. So where we are, just a second. Yes, king f5, king d7 she decided to play. Well, after king d7 this pawn is lost, no doubt about it. Queen d4 and queen f4. Well. So still that was... just a second, let me try to understand. Okay, queen h2 seems like it was still keeping the balance. Don't know if it's possible, but well, it seems so at least. So queen d4, or okay, couple of checks as I promised, but seems to lead nowhere. I mean, king goes to g7 and this is it. And in case of g5, well, there are few defenses, I believe, with one of them being just queen c2. Yeah, queen c2 actually it might be white who's gonna try to play for a win after queen c2 in this case, because black cannot, of course, cannot take on f4. So black's gonna have to play king g4 and then just leave the pawn. Okay, so queen d4 check, king c6, queen f4. Well, this one is, I believe, is hopeless in a practical game. This one is nearly hopeless. Yes, an interesting fight, but well, once again stepping a little bit back, I'd say that the crucial mistake had been made in this position, of course. So this f4, depriving her own king from a shelter, deserves a lot of criticism, I believe. So instead, I don't see black winning after queen d5, for instance, or just those millions of checks we were discussing. And here, okay, after king c6, black took on f4, queen h3, but it's a problem that there is no real perpetual here. It's gonna be very tough to defend like this. And especially the king on c6 is very badly placed, because, well, not really sure about the assessment of this one, but king has to be far away actually. So no counter checks will be available for black. And in this particular situation, well, it's really tough. Nobody goes like that, even if you, well, more or less know how to defend this position. Of, well, which I'm not sure to be the case in this particular game. So, but if there is no easy way, let's say. So let's speak about rook and bishop versus rook, which everybody knows is a draw, and well, as well, everyone knows how often the stronger side wins. Because, well, but this particular one with one pawn in a queen endgame, it's even tougher, because no real lighthouses available, let's say, on your way to safety. So you just have to play it in it. Normally turns like that, so you're keeping for 40 moves. Then this pawn runs a little, steps a little step into to the promotion square. Then it curves for another 40 moves of checks and something. So it may be quite a long game, but well, in the end, normally the defending side just gonna blunder something. Actually, not sure about this one, and you can see how nervous white player is. Check, king e6. So of course Dzagnidze took her time to calculate she escapes those checks. I got no doubt about it. Otherwise she wouldn't play king e5. So gonna be really long game. Queen p3. It's absolutely clear. Queen f6 was just played, so all of a sudden this game has finished. So, and well, by a horrible mistake, we just couldn't manage it to the move 100. This queen h4 was really a huge blunder, but in the position which I already said to be rather bad for white. So, well, today really was a tough day, as you can see. So the round is over, and well, all the best to anyone, and see you tomorrow 3 o'clock. We're gonna cover the next round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix live.
Gentlemen, welcome for the last press conference of 5th round of Women Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk. And the longest game of this round finished in favor of Nana Dzagnidze after a really long fight, almost 100 moves. So just show us some key moments, what happened.
I don't know. Knight c6. C6 is main line here, right? Jimmy, you know c6 here?
C5.
I think c6.
You mix something with this opening case.
I think c6 d5 is here. I don't know. I think knight c6 is not so good.
And here instead of d6, maybe knight a5, maybe, or I don't know. And d5.
Yeah, d5, I didn't like d5 more. Maybe knight c3 something. Knight c3. Yeah. First development and maybe then this d5 or e5, I don't know. Yeah, after that I think I like my position actually. Yeah.
Yeah, like when you played, okay, so d5, knight e5, I should have taken knight e5 right away instead of knight d2. I mean, it's just a waste of time. Just take knight e5.
Is it okay to take on e6 instead of bishop e3? This
I was thinking about this structure, but then
not clear, yeah?
Not so clear, I thought.
No. After d takes e5, I think my position is already,
okay.
Yeah, it's okay, it's good.
Okay.
No, yeah, here just take and maybe play bishop e3. I mean, that should be good enough.
Instead of knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, knight d2 was not correct.
Just normal development.
I don't know, I was thinking about a5, not to give you before. But then, no, here, this position. I thought about 25 minutes here. And I was decided what to play, to give her b4 or not, yeah. Because I had a5 also here, but I thought knight b1. Knight c3 and queen e7, bishop e3. I thought something like that, and I thought white is okay here. Yeah. That's why I decided to play queen e7 first.
Yeah, maybe here I'm a bit rushed. I mean, I thought I calculated this line and then I thought it was working, but it seems like it's maybe first, instead of b4, play bishop g5 and retreat the bishop back and then, just develop.
Yeah, but my plan is, I think, to play f5. So maybe bishop b3 and king h8. Or maybe for first a5, yeah. Maybe a5 first. Or there is the takes c5, huh? c5. Okay, king h8, I'm forced to play. Okay, b5.
b5.
And now a5.
There are some possibilities here. D takes e.
It's c5, huh? c5 is coming.
Or maybe c5 right away, or something like that.
e5.
Complicated.
Yeah, complicated. So yeah, but I think if I destroy this strong pawns on the center, I think black is okay. Yeah. Yeah, after this, I don't know. Somehow it looks winning for black, I think, somehow. I don't know, but it's not so easy. Not so easy after c5. I thought already this is winning this position because I'm going to win this d7 pawn, and but
here c5.
Here instead of h3, yeah, c5. I thought about c5. H and bishop b5, right? Yeah, I thought about this. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe bishop d6.
This pawn seems very strong on d7. Not easy to take it after c5.
Maybe not bishop d6. I don't know. But what else? Knight e5 is a threat. I don't know. Maybe rook d8.
c5, yeah. Check on e2. Or not?
With 95, huh?
Yeah, 95.
95 is queen e8.
95.
I was calculating many things, and then I was also thinking c5, by the way. But then I thought h3. Yeah, c5 was better, and then
was good chances to keep this pawn on d7.
Bishop b5.
Then I don't understand what is correct. What to do with black? I don't understand. Then it's.
I think it's forced. I mean, otherwise, there's always c5.
But even after c5, it's not like black is losing, right? It's just.
No, it's not.
No, not losing.
Position.
But during the game, I decided that this position is already winning. That's the problem. Yeah, bishop b5 is strong. Yeah, here I thought about 20 minutes. I think I was calculating this variation. 95. And I don't know, somewhere here. And I was calculating this. And it seems.
Rook f2, no?
Rook f2, d8.
Queen h7.
What about g2?
I missed this rook f2. Yeah.
Wow.
This is in my calculation. I missed this. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe.
There's mate.
Sounds like.
Mate.
No, later on I had this chance. I think I played. Yeah, here, yeah? I mean, I think it's.
No, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, here I think I should play knight f3.
Knight f3.
Knight f3. c4.
C4 right away.
Yeah, and queen b1, then b8.
Okay, so I guess bishop queen d4, yeah? When you play c4.
Queen d4. If I want to play e5, right? I don't know. Not easy. I don't know. Maybe c5. C5. Is it possible to play c5?
Yeah, it's possible, but if.
After queen c3.
Queen c3.
It was too complicated. I don't know. Maybe some. This is e5, something like this.
Yeah.
Queen e4, knight d4. I don't know.
White has some initiative.
Yeah, Yeah, I was thinking about f3 and c4, but then c4 is with the check, and then queen a2. I didn't see queen a2. Yeah, but that's with the tempo.
Yeah, but here I also can play alternative to just queen a1 and
queen e1, queen d1. Yeah. e5. Okay, rook d2, d7 probably.
Yeah.
Well, this was better.
Yeah. Okay.
c7.
It's clear black is playing for win, but
not easy.
Yeah. Rook c7. And king is coming. I don't know.
But also white king goes. Who is in time now? Not c4 maybe.
King f1.
Even g4 maybe yes.
King d6 and h5.
I ignore. I just move king. Don't know. Very complex.
b6 and bishop 4. I don't know. King g6, h5, g4. I don't know. Complicated position.
Yes,
yeah, but here we were in time trouble, so it not so easy to decide what to play and which plan to choose. Which play.
Now black managed to activate pieces.
Yeah, pieces. And here, I don't know. I had some seconds. And I thought about bishop e5 also, but I didn't like this queen e1, and the queen is with checks and I don't know. You saw this queen e1 here?
Yeah, I was thinking, or maybe queen c4, not possible.
Queen c4?
Well, I mean that rook ending. Well, maybe losing. What is it?
Rook ending. Where is rook ending?
After rook d2.
Rook d2. You want to?
No, maybe I mean check. Yeah, probably check on e4. Probably, huh?
That's why I play. Yeah.
Yeah, c3 was
yeah.
the best one, I guess.
No, queen f7. Directly c5.
Yes, so it was a question now if black manage
If
promote this pawn or not, and maybe you can show the moment where you missed, let's say, this advantage. Or
I give her this chance to put his knight on f5. After that it wasn't so easy because my bishop is hanging and you know I think c5 instead of queen f7, c5 was more accurate and more strong, I think, here. Not to give this knight
this
to
square.
To move f5. Yeah, after knight on f5, it's not so easy now. Move this c pawn. I couldn't find the plan how to. Yeah, and it must be draw. This position must be draw.
And where was?
I think f4 was mistake.
f4, yes.
Yeah, I shouldn't play. I mean, bring the king to the other side.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
King f1. King
f1 is because f4 gave these chances for some pawn end games or queen end games. Yeah, so that was this decisive mistake, you believe, yes?
Yeah, and later on with this, you brought the king to the. I thought that was. a draw maybe somehow, later on with this.
Later, yeah, I missed these checks actually.
This checks.
I missed this queen h8 and queen c8.
I mean, it should be a draw. I don't know.
Yeah, somehow, yeah. Okay, checks, just.
Yeah, maybe here even king f3, probably. Yeah.
No, queen d5.
Or not.
Queen d5.
Oh yeah, king d5. Okay, wait a second. What I was thinking. Okay, check. Here, I mean, I don't know. It's like, okay, check here, check again.
There's nothing control.
Maybe queen b3. Queen b3. And I think this is perpetual. Or not.
I don't king b2.
Sorry?
Queen b2? No?
Queen is
the idea is queen d2.
Crazy game.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, maybe bring the queen on h2 or something, no? Then there's a check.
Queen h2 now. No queen h2.
Okay, so check. No, okay, so I checked on later on e3, right? And then you played king d1?
Yeah. Here. And?
Did you play like this?
Queen f2?
Almost same.
Queen h4.
But we had almost same position.
Then it's the same.
Okay, here maybe instead of taking h4, maybe check first, no?
I think
h6.
There's no difference, I think. Because king c4?
No difference.
King c4? Queen f1. Okay. Okay. King c5. Queen f2.
The idea is to move king
a bit further and then take the pawn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you're not gonna play king c5, yeah?
Then what to play?
The same, queen e1 will be.
Queen c1, yeah, queen c1, queen d1.
Okay, queen f1, then is there any other move? Probably not, huh? No, king.
Maybe queen. No, king c2.
Here?
No, here, king c2, and then queen d2.
But maybe king is too far. I have time to go to change even, no?
Okay, queen d2. Queen d2.
All right.
Tricky.
Queen c2, okay.
Yeah. Yes, tough game. Okay, no more chess. What about questions?
В цейтноте необходимо принимать решения мгновенно, моментально. А в жизни у вас случались какие-нибудь экстремальные ситуации, и как вы из них выходили? Ну, либо что-то необычное, необыкновенное, скажем так.
In time trouble, you have to make decisions very quickly. So, have it ever happened in your life that you had to make decisions really quickly? Let's say, do you remember any story, any situation when you managed to make decisions in short time?
Hard to say now anything, you know.
After the game, it's difficult to speak even.
Yeah.
I think yes.
Okay, now I don't remember anything, but maybe later.
We will answer this question in the next press conference, I believe. Okay, girls, I'm going to go. Thank you.